What if the Church's story about Mary Magdalene is a lie? What if her true role was deliberately obscured, her teachings suppressed? For centuries, the familiar image of a repentant sinner has overshadowed the possibility of a spiritual leader, a close confidant of Christ, a woman whose message could transform our understanding of the divine feminine. Could the power dynamics of the early church have motivated such a profound historical revision? Let us now turn to the canonical Gospels, where Mary Magdalene is typically depicted as a devoted follower of Jesus, present at key events such as the crucifixion and resurrection. She is often portrayed as a woman saved from a life of sin, her past serving as a testament to Jesus' transformative power. This narrative, deeply ingrained in Christian tradition, emphasizes her repentance and unwavering faith, solidifying her image as a rehabilitated woman grateful for divine forgiveness. But what if this familiar depiction only scratches the surface of a much deeper, more complex reality? In stark contrast to the canonical Gospels, Gnostic texts like the Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of Philip, and Pistis Sophia offer a radically different portrayal of Mary Magdalene. Here she emerges not merely as a follower, but as a spiritual leader, an intimate companion of Jesus, and a source of profound wisdom, sometimes even surpassing the understanding of the male disciples. Consider, for example, the Gospel of Mary, where she receives secret teachings from Jesus that the other apostles struggle to comprehend, leading to tension and resentment within the group. Did he really speak privately with a woman and not with us? Peter asks, expressing his disbelief. This portrayal suggests two distinct Magdalenes, one a construct designed to reinforce established power structures, the other a historical figure whose true significance has been deliberately concealed. The existence of these vastly different accounts begs the question, why? It is crucial to acknowledge the controversial nature of these Gnostic texts. Deemed heretical by the early church, they were excluded from the New Testament canon and largely suppressed for centuries. Yet, these texts offer invaluable insights into alternative spiritual perspectives that challenged the emerging orthodoxies. We will, therefore, analyze these texts critically, not as definitive historical accounts, but as potential sources of alternative truths, exploring the possibility that they contain echoes of a more authentic portrayal of Mary Magdalene and her teachings. Consider now the broader implications of this historical revision. Could the Church's recharacterization of Mary Magdalene be connected to a larger trend, the suppression of the divine feminine within Western religious traditions? By portraying her primarily as a repentant sinner, the Church may have inadvertently reinforced patriarchal structures, silencing alternative spiritual paths that empowered women and emphasized the importance of inner gnosis, or direct spiritual experience, an idea that threatened the Church's role as the sole mediator between humanity and the divine. This suppression, with its lasting negative consequences, has contributed to a spiritual imbalance that continues to affect us today. But here lies a crucial opportunity for healing and wholeness. Reclaiming the divine feminine, as embodied by Mary Magdalene, can offer a much-needed counterpoint to traditional patriarchal models, providing a pathway to more balanced and integrated spirituality. Imagine embracing the divine feminine not just as a theological concept, but as a psychological construct, a way of connecting with our own intuition, creativity, and compassion. This, as we shall see, is the key to unlocking a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos. Therefore, the central thesis of this video is this: Mary Magdalene's true teachings, as revealed in Gnostic texts, emphasized inner gnosis, direct experience of the divine, and a challenge to external authority ideas suppressed by the Church to consolidate its power and maintain patriarchal control. The core concept here is inner gnosis, the understanding that direct experience of the divine is accessible to everyone without the need for intermediaries. And, as we will explore, this suppression was directly linked to the power dynamics of the early Church, a deliberate effort to maintain control over spiritual knowledge and practice. In this video, we will embark on a journey to uncover the hidden truths about Mary Magdalene and her teachings. First, we will delve into the historical context of the early church and the suppression of Gnostic texts. Then, we will analyze key passages from the Gospel of Mary and other Gnostic writings to reveal the core principles of her spiritual message. Finally, we will explore the relevance of the divine feminine for contemporary spirituality and discuss how these teachings can empower us to connect with our own inner wisdom. Join us as we unravel the mysteries surrounding Mary Magdalene and reclaim her rightful place in spiritual history. Prepare to have your understanding challenged and your perspective transformed. And so we begin, where all things truly begin at the beginning. We must now ask ourselves, was the suppression of Gnostic texts merely a matter of theological debate, or was something far more insidious at play? Could the desire to control the narrative surrounding Mary Magdalene, to silence her voice and diminish her role, be explicitly linked to the suppression of these texts? These writings, after all, presented a drastically different view of the divine feminine, one that directly challenged the emerging patriarchal structure of the Church. But how did a small, diverse group of early Christians, each with their own interpretations of Jesus' teachings, coalesce into the monolithic structure we know today as the Church? And what role did the relentless pursuit of power play in this transformation? The early Church was far from a unified entity. It was a vibrant and often chaotic collection of communities, each interpreting Jesus' message through their own cultural and philosophical lenses. Think of the Ebionites, who emphasized Jesus' humanity and adherence to Jewish law. The Marcionites, who rejected the Old Testament God. The Valentinians, whose complex cosmology challenged the very foundations of emerging Christian doctrine. These diverse schools of thought, each with their own unique perspective, reflected the fluidity and dynamism of early Christian beliefs and practices. However, as time went on, certain factions within the early Church, particularly those based in Rome and Alexandria, began to assert their authority and sought to establish a unified orthodoxy. Figures like Irenaeus and Tertullian emerged as staunch defenders of this correct doctrine, actively defining heresy and condemning those who deviated from their prescribed path. Irenaeus' Against Heresies, for example, stands as a powerful testament to the early Church's efforts to suppress Gnosticism, systematically refuting their teachings and denouncing them as dangerous deviations from the true faith. But what criteria were used to determine orthodoxy and heresy, and who decided what constituted correct doctrine? The process by which Gnostic texts were declared heretical was far from objective. It was a carefully orchestrated campaign to suppress dissenting voices and consolidate power within the emerging Church. These texts were systematically condemned, burned, and excluded from the canon of Scripture. Councils like the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, convened by Emperor Constantine, played a crucial role in solidifying Church doctrine and establishing a unified set of beliefs. Yet, behind these theological pronouncements lay a complex web of political and social factors that significantly influenced the suppression of Gnosticism. The Church's growing influence within the Roman Empire, its desire to maintain social order, and its need to establish a clear and consistent message all contributed to this systematic purging of alternative viewpoints. But what specific reasons led the Church to deem Gnostic texts so threatening? Why were these writings considered so dangerous that they had to be eradicated from the historical record? At its core, the threat posed by Gnostic texts stemmed from their emphasis on direct personal experience of the divine gnosis over institutional authority. This idea that individuals could access spiritual truth directly, without the need for intermediaries or external validation, directly undermined the Church's role as the sole mediator between humanity and God. Mary Magdalene's spiritual understanding in the Gospel of Mary, where she receives secret teachings from Jesus that the other apostles struggled to comprehend, perfectly exemplifies this challenge to institutional authority. The very notion that a woman could possess such profound spiritual insight was deeply unsettling to the emerging patriarchal structure of the Church. Furthermore, Gnostic texts often emphasized the feminine aspect of God and the equality of women in spiritual leadership, challenging the limited roles available to women in the Orthodox Church. Contrast Mary Magdalene's prominent role in Gnostic texts as a trusted disciple, a source of wisdom, and even a potential spouse of Jesus, with the largely silent and subservient roles assigned to women in the canonical Gospels. This elevation of the divine feminine and the empowerment of women directly contradicted the Church's growing emphasis on male authority and patriarchal dominance. The implications of this difference are staggering, aren't they? Finally, Gnostic texts presented a different understanding of Jesus' nature and mission than the one promoted by the Church. They often emphasized the living Jesus, the teacher of wisdom and inner transformation, rather than the crucified Savior whose death atoned for humanity's sins. This emphasis on inner transformation and self-discovery, rather than external salvation through faith and obedience, further challenged the Church's authority and control over spiritual practice. Consider, for example, the Gospel of Mary, where Mary Magdalene is portrayed as a trusted disciple and source of wisdom, receiving secret teachings from Jesus that the male apostles struggle to understand. Or the Gospel of Philip, which depicts Mary Magdalene as Jesus' companion and possibly his wife, a relationship that challenges traditional notions of Jesus' celibacy and divine status. And in Pistis Sophia, Mary Magdalene emerges as an interpreter of Jesus' teachings and a leader within the Gnostic community, actively engaging in dialogue and demonstrating her superior spiritual insight. These portrayals stand in stark contrast to the canonical Gospels, where Mary Magdalene is often relegated to a more passive and subservient role. Therefore, the suppression of Gnostic texts was not simply a matter of theological disagreement. It was a deliberate act by the early Church to consolidate power, establish a unified orthodoxy, and silence alternative views of spirituality, particularly those that empowered women and challenged patriarchal structures. The control of the narrative around Mary Magdalene was a crucial element in this campaign, as her portrayal as a repentant sinner served to reinforce the Church's authority and suppress alternative spiritual paths. But here's what most people miss. The silencing of Mary Magdalene and the suppression of Gnostic texts represent one of the most significant turning points in Western spiritual history, a moment where the path of inner gnosis and direct experience of the divine was deliberately obscured in favor of external authority and institutional control. What we'll discover next is even more shocking. Now that we understand the historical context of the suppression of Gnostic texts, let us turn to the Gospel of Mary and other Gnostic writings to uncover the core principles of Mary Magdalene's teachings and explore their relevance for contemporary spirituality. By examining these texts directly, we can begin to piece together a more complete picture of Mary Magdalene, not as a repentant sinner, but as a spiritual leader, a wise teacher, and a powerful advocate for the divine feminine. And what awaits us is the beginning of our journey. VII. Unveiling the core teachings. Analysis of the Gospel of Mary, having understood the Church's efforts to control the narrative surrounding Mary Magdalene, let us now turn our attention to the texts that paint a very different picture, specifically the Gospel of Mary. This Gnostic text, though fragmented and still debated, offers a unique lens through which to view Mary Magdalene's teachings, suggesting a first-hand account, albeit controversial, of her spiritual authority and her profound understanding of Jesus' message. But what are the main themes of the Gospel of Mary, and what do they reveal about Mary Magdalene's spiritual understanding that the Church found so threatening? The Gospel of Mary presents a post-resurrection dialogue between Jesus and his disciples, with Mary Magdalene playing a central role. Following Jesus' departure, the disciples are filled with doubt and fear, struggling to comprehend the deeper meaning of his teachings. It is Mary Magdalene who steps forward, offering comfort and guidance, sharing the secret knowledge she received from the living Jesus. The Gospel of Mary recounts her unique relationship with Jesus, and it highlights her ability to console and guide the other disciples, a quality they seem to desperately need. Through visions and dialogues, she imparts wisdom that transcends the limitations of earthly understanding. But what is the nature of this wisdom, and why was it considered so dangerous? Key passages in the Gospel of Mary reveal profound teachings on the nature of suffering, the path to inner knowledge, and the importance of challenging authority. Mary teaches that suffering is largely illusory, born from fear and ignorance. She urges the disciples to focus on inner strength rather than external events, transcending the limitations of the material world through inner gnosis. As she consoles them, she says, "Do not weep nor grieve nor be in doubt, for his grace will be entirely with you and will protect you." This emphasis on inner strength and grace stands in stark contrast to the canonical Gospel's emphasis on atonement through suffering, a contrast that the Church surely recognized. What they didn't want you to know is the power is within you, not in some external savior. Moreover, Mary's teachings emphasize the path to inner knowledge, gnosis, as a process of self-discovery, purification, and ascent to higher states of consciousness. She describes the soul's journey through various spiritual realms, shedding attachments and illusions along the way, echoing Hermetic and Kabbalistic concepts of spiritual ascent. This journey involves recognizing the divine spark within oneself and cultivating a direct, personal relationship with the divine. The Gospel of Mary states, "The soul, when it has overcome the forces that oppose it, ascends to the eighth heaven." Isn't it interesting how ancient teachings describe the human journey as the ability to overcome and not be stuck in the material world? Perhaps most controversially, the Gospel of Mary portrays Mary Magdalene challenging the authority of Peter and other disciples who doubt her spiritual insights. When Peter questions Mary's authority, saying, "Surely the Savior did not prefer her to us, did he?" Levi defends her, affirming her unique relationship with Jesus and chastising Peter for his lack of understanding. Levi responds, "Peter, you are ever wrathful. Now I perceive that you are contending against the woman like the adversaries. But if the Savior held her to be worthy, who are you indeed to reject her?" This challenge to patriarchal structures within the early Christian community, a woman daring to instruct men on matters of spiritual truth, surely contributed to the suppression of this text. In the Gospel of Mary, Mary Magdalene becomes a powerful symbol of inner gnosis, representing the ability to access direct, personal knowledge of the divine, bypassing the need for intermediaries or external authority. She is not merely a follower of Jesus, but an interpreter of his teachings, a spiritual leader in her own right. Furthermore, she embodies the divine feminine, an aspect of God that has been suppressed or marginalized in many Western religious traditions. The Gospel of Mary's emphasis on Mary's spiritual equality with the male disciples challenges the patriarchal norms of the time and offers a more balanced view of the divine. The knowledge that they tried to bury is that both man and woman contain this divine inner knowing and are equal. Thus, the Gospel of Mary reveals Mary Magdalene as a spiritual leader, a teacher of inner gnosis, and a symbol of the divine feminine, a stark contrast to the conventional portrayal of her as a repentant sinner. The Gnostic view of Mary is one of empowerment and wisdom, while the canonical view seeks to diminish her role and silence her voice. This contrast is not accidental. It reflects a deliberate effort to control the narrative and suppress alternative spiritual paths. Having explored the Gospel of Mary, let us now turn to the Gospel of Philip to further illuminate the nature of Mary Magdalene's relationship with Jesus and the implications for our understanding of early Christian spirituality. What awaits us are even more shocking revelations that will challenge everything you thought you knew. VIII. Further illumination. The Gospel of Philip and Mary's relationship with Jesus. Now, let's delve into the Gospel of Philip, another important Gnostic text that sheds light on Mary Magdalene's intimate relationship with Jesus, fueling the wife of Jesus narratives that continue to spark debate and controversy to this day. What does the Gospel of Philip reveal about Mary Magdalene's relationship with Jesus, and how does this challenge traditional interpretations of Christian history? Is it possible that the Church deliberately concealed the true nature of their relationship to maintain its power and control? One of the most talked about and sensationalized passages in the Gospel of Philip is the controversial passage where Jesus is described as kissing Mary Magdalene often on her mouth. This passage has been interpreted in various ways, from a symbol of spiritual intimacy to a sign of special favor, to evidence of a romantic relationship between Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Some scholars argue that the kiss represents a spiritual transmission of knowledge or a symbolic union of souls. Others suggest that it reflects a deeper, more personal connection between Jesus and Mary Magdalene, one that extended beyond the purely spiritual realm. While we lack definitive evidence to support any single interpretation, the passage undeniably challenges traditional notions of Jesus' celibacy and his relationship with his disciples. Beyond the kiss passage, the Gospel of Philip highlights passages where Mary Magdalene is portrayed as having a deeper understanding of Jesus' teachings than the other disciples. In one passage, Jesus singles out Mary for special attention, saying, "Blessed is the one who knows the thief, for that one is the master of all. She knows the all, while we are ignorant of everything." Other passages reveal Jesus sharing secret knowledge with Mary alone, further emphasizing her unique spiritual status. These instances suggest that Mary Magdalene was not just a follower of Jesus, but a trusted confidant and a recipient of his most profound teachings. These passages have significant implications for our understanding of Jesus' teachings on sexuality, the role of women in early Christianity, and the nature of the divine feminine. Could it be that Jesus had a different view of sexuality and relationships than the one promoted by the Church? The Gospel of Philip hints at the possibility that Jesus embraced a more holistic view of human nature, integrating sexuality into the spiritual path, rather than viewing it as a source of sin. Did the Church have nefarious reasons to hide what was really being taught? Moreover, does the Gospel of Philip suggest that women played a more prominent role in early Christianity than the canonical Gospels suggest? The text supports the idea that women were spiritual leaders and teachers within the early Christian community, challenging the traditional patriarchal structures that dominated the Church. And what about the divine feminine? Does Mary Magdalene embody this long-suppressed aspect of God, offering a counterpoint to the traditionally masculine image? Exploring the psychological and spiritual significance of the divine feminine for contemporary spirituality may be the key to unlocking true empowerment. It's important to acknowledge that these interpretations of the Gospel of Philip are speculative and that counterarguments exist. The Church, of course, rejects the Gospel of Philip and its portrayal of Mary Magdalene. Some scholars argue that the text may contain later interpolations or distortions and caution against taking its claims at face value. It is crucial to approach these texts with a critical and discerning eye, considering the historical context and the potential for bias or agenda. What they don't want us to know is that early church writings indicate how important women were, but how it was methodically wiped from the record. Nevertheless, the Gospel of Philip offers a provocative glimpse into a potentially more intimate and egalitarian relationship between Jesus and Mary Magdalene, challenging traditional interpretations of Christian history and raising important questions about sexuality, gender, and the divine feminine. By considering alternative perspectives and challenging conventional wisdom, we can gain a deeper understanding of the complexities of early Christian spirituality. We will soon discover that the answers to these questions were actively erased from the records. Having examined the Gospel of Mary and the Gospel of Philip, let us now consider the historical evidence for the suppression of these texts and the motivations behind the Church's portrayal of Mary Magdalene as a repentant sinner. What evidence exists to support the claim that the Church deliberately suppressed alternative views of Mary Magdalene, and what were the specific motivations behind this suppression? What awaits us is the suppressed evidence of Mary Magdalene, now unearthed for the first time. IX. The Church's smear campaign, constructing the repentant sinner. Having examined the Gospel of Mary and the Gospel of Philip, let us now consider the historical evidence for the suppression of these texts and the motivations behind the Church's portrayal of Mary Magdalene as a repentant sinner. For if Gnostic texts portrayed Mary Magdalene as a spiritual leader, possessed of a unique relationship with Jesus, how did the Church, in effect, succeed in transforming her into a symbol of female sin, subservience, and ultimate repentance? Was this transformation accidental, or was it part of a more deliberate effort to undermine her authority and control the narrative of early Christianity? And more importantly, what political purposes did this serve for the burgeoning Church? To understand this, we must delve into the key historical events and figures involved in shaping the Church's portrayal of Mary Magdalene. A pivotal moment in this historical revisionism is undoubtedly Pope Gregory I's infamous homily delivered in 591 AD, in which he conflated Mary Magdalene with the unnamed sinful woman in Luke 7:36-50 and Mary of Bethany, effectively merging three distinct biblical figures into a single, composite character. Gregory stated, "She whom Luke calls the sinful woman, whom John calls Mary, we believe to be the Mary from whom 7 devils were cast out, according to Mark." Notice the declarative certainty in Gregory's voice, as if the Church had already decided the narrative long before it was presented. It is crucial to understand that this conflation had absolutely no explicit biblical basis whatsoever, but nevertheless became the standard interpretation for centuries, shaping Western art, literature, and religious thought, and completely overwriting the earlier, more empowered narratives of Mary Magdalene, which were now painted as heretical at best. Is it possible that the Church's need for control outweighed its commitment to historical accuracy? The image of Mary Magdalene as a repentant prostitute became a popular trope in medieval art, literature, and sermons, a stereotype that persists even to this day. We see this reflected in countless paintings depicting Mary Magdalene as a seductive sinner, often with flowing hair and extravagant garments, weeping at the feet of Jesus, begging for forgiveness, and thereby reinforcing patriarchal stereotypes about female sexuality and the perceived need for male redemption. This trope, however, served a much darker purpose than simply providing moral instruction, for it also acted as a potent symbol of broader cultural anxieties about female power, independence, and the perceived threat to the established social order. The question we must ask ourselves is, was the demonization of Mary Magdalene simply a reflection of cultural bias, or a carefully orchestrated campaign to suppress female agency and maintain male dominance within the Church? Moreover, the Church actively suppressed or reinterpreted passages in the canonical Gospels that hinted at Mary Magdalene's spiritual authority, effectively erasing her voice from the official record. Consider, for example, the traditional interpretation of John 20:11-18, the passage where Mary Magdalene is the first witness to the resurrection. While this passage acknowledges her presence at the tomb and her encounter with the risen Jesus, the traditional interpretation downplays her role as a teacher, spiritual guide, and direct recipient of divine revelation, emphasizing instead her emotional state and her initial inability to recognize Jesus. Now contrast this with the way the Gnostics used the exact same passage to enhance her spiritual authority, portraying her as the one chosen to receive and transmit the truth of the resurrection to the other disciples. The implication is unmistakable. The Church actively worked to diminish Mary Magdalene's status as a spiritual leader, while the Gnostics elevated it. But what were the political motivations behind this smear campaign? The answer, as we have already begun to suspect, lies in the Church's desire to consolidate power, reinforce patriarchal structures, and discredit alternative spiritual paths. By portraying Mary Magdalene as a repentant sinner, the Church reinforced the pervasive idea that women were inherently sinful, morally suspect, and in constant need of male guidance, thus justifying the exclusion of women from positions of power and authority within the Church hierarchy. This was a direct assault on any kind of female empowerment and the suppression of female voices and perspectives within religious institutions. What they didn't want you to know is they were threatened by a woman of power. By discrediting Mary Magdalene, the Church also sought to undermine the Gnostic teachings that portrayed her as a spiritual leader, a source of wisdom, and an embodiment of the divine feminine. The Gnostics, with their emphasis on direct, personal experience of the divine, posed a direct challenge to the Church's authority as the sole interpreter of Scripture and the gatekeeper of salvation. By attacking Mary Magdalene as a woman, and furthermore, a sinful woman, the Church could more easily dismiss Gnostic teachings as the product of female hysteria, sexual deviancy, and intellectual inferiority, therefore preserving its own power in the process. What better way to silence a dissenting voice than to shame and defame? Ultimately, the Church's smear campaign was part of a broader, carefully executed effort to consolidate power and establish a unified orthodoxy. By controlling the narrative around Mary Magdalene, the Church controlled the way people understood Christianity itself, shaping beliefs, values, and behaviors to conform to its own agenda. This control extended far beyond the realm of theology, influencing social, political, and economic structures as well. Connect this to the Church's suppression of other alternative views and its persecution of heretics. They all share the same narrative: believe what we tell you to believe. In summary, the Church's portrayal of Mary Magdalene as a repentant sinner was a deliberate and politically motivated act designed to reinforce patriarchy, discredit Gnostic teachings, and consolidate power. This smear campaign effectively erased Mary Magdalene's true spiritual authority and transformed her into a symbol of female sin and submission. We can now see how these historical events support the overall theme of suppressed knowledge, for the Church actively worked to conceal the truth about Mary Magdalene and her teachings in order to maintain its dominance. Now that we have examined the Church's smear campaign, let us explore the contemporary relevance of the divine feminine and discuss how reclaiming Mary Magdalene's true teachings can empower us to connect with our own inner wisdom. For in these ancient suppressed texts, might we find a path toward healing the wounds of the past and creating a more balanced and equitable future, a future where both the masculine and feminine energies can flourish in harmony. Reclaiming the divine feminine. Mary Magdalene, for the modern seeker, having established the historical context of Mary Magdalene's demonization, let us now consider its contemporary relevance. In a world still grappling with gender inequality, patriarchal structures, and a deep spiritual longing, what relevance does the divine feminine, as embodied by Mary Magdalene, truly hold for contemporary spirituality? Can we, in fact, reclaim her true teachings to help us in our own journeys? As we witness a resurgence of interest in female deities and spiritual figures, can we find in Mary Magdalene a guide, a symbol, and an inspiration for a more balanced and fulfilling existence? To begin with, we must clearly define the concept of the divine feminine as a psychological and spiritual principle, moving beyond simplistic notions of gender or worship. The divine feminine is not simply about female deities or the worship of women. It is a quality of consciousness that exists in both men and women, representing intuition, compassion, receptivity, creativity, and connection. As Jungian psychology suggests through the concept of the anima, the feminine archetype resides within the unconscious of men, representing the emotional, intuitive, and relational aspects of the self. Similarly, the divine masculine resides in women. Embracing the divine feminine is about acknowledging and integrating these qualities into our lives, fostering a more complete and balanced sense of self. The divine is in all of us. True spiritual wholeness requires a balance of masculine and feminine energies. Patriarchal structures, however, have systematically suppressed the divine feminine, leading to imbalance, suffering, and a host of social and environmental problems. When qualities such as intuition, compassion, and receptivity are devalued or dismissed, we create a world that is dominated by aggression, competition, and a relentless pursuit of power, leading to exploitation of both people and the planet. Can we then truly heal ourselves and our world without reclaiming the divine feminine and restoring balance to our collective consciousness? The answers may be buried in the Gospels. Mary Magdalene, in her Gnostic portrayal, serves as a powerful archetype of the divine feminine, embodying the qualities of inner wisdom, spiritual leadership, and intimate connection with the divine. Her portrayal offers a refreshing alternative to the more passive, submissive image presented in the canonical Gospels, for she represents a woman who is not afraid to question authority, to challenge conventional wisdom, and to speak her truth with courage and conviction. By embracing her as an archetype, we can empower ourselves to tap into our own inner wisdom, to trust our intuition, and to stand up for what we believe in. But is it really that simple? Let us now explore the practical applications of reclaiming the divine feminine in our contemporary lives, for this is not merely an intellectual exercise, but a call to action, a summons to personal and social transformation. We must cultivate our inner wisdom and intuition as sources of guidance and insight, and Mary Magdalene's teachings on inner gnosis, which emphasize direct, personal experience of the divine, can help us connect with our own spiritual truth, bypassing the need for external validation or approval. Meditation, mindfulness, dream work, and creative expression can also help us access our intuition and cultivate a deeper connection with our inner selves. What practices do you find most effective in accessing your inner wisdom? We must also strive to develop compassion and empathy for ourselves and others, recognizing that we are all interconnected and that our actions have consequences. The divine feminine can help us cultivate a more caring and connected world, one where we prioritize the needs of others, embrace diversity, and work towards social justice. Practicing loving kindness meditation, engaging in acts of service, and cultivating empathy for those who are suffering can all help us embody the compassionate spirit of the divine feminine. If you don't embrace compassion, can you even truly love? We must challenge unjust authority and speak out against oppression. Mary Magdalene's example can inspire us to resist patriarchal structures, fight for equality, and create a more just and equitable world for all. Supporting contemporary social justice movements, advocating for policies that promote gender equality, and challenging discriminatory attitudes and behaviors can all help us embody the spirit of resistance and empowerment that Mary Magdalene represents. What small act of rebellion can you commit today to challenge unjust authority? And finally, embracing the divine feminine is not about rejecting the masculine, but about integrating it into our lives and relationships, for true healing and wholeness require a balance of both energies. This means honoring our intuition, creativity, and emotional intelligence, while also valuing logic, reason, and action. The divine feminine calls us to embrace our full humanity, to cultivate inner wholeness, and to create positive relationships that are based on mutual respect, equality, and love. We must understand that it's about balance, harmony, and respect. Despite all of this, we must acknowledge the potential for misinterpreting the divine feminine as a form of female supremacy or a rejection of masculinity. It is crucial to seek balance and integration, not simply reversing patriarchal structures, for true equality requires recognizing the value of both masculine and feminine energies. We must also caution against appropriating or essentializing the divine feminine without understanding its deeper meaning, for it is not merely a superficial trend or a marketing gimmick, but a profound spiritual principle that requires careful consideration and respect. What happens when there is no balance? In conclusion, reclaiming the divine feminine, as embodied by Mary Magdalene, offers a powerful path to personal and social transformation. By cultivating inner wisdom, compassion, and a willingness to challenge unjust authority, we can create a more balanced and equitable world, one where both masculine and feminine energies can flourish in harmony. The teachings and life of Mary Magdalene offer an example of the balance that can be achieved if we can move beyond old misconceptions. In conclusion, let us reflect on the journey we have taken together and consider the lasting significance of Mary Magdalene's story for our understanding of history, spirituality, and the divine feminine. We have only scratched the surface of Mary Magdalene. What awaits is the truth, and you must prepare for what is to come. XI. Mary's journey after the Gospels, legend, lore, and locations. Having considered the contemporary relevance of reclaiming the divine feminine, let us now shift our focus to what happened to Mary Magdalene after the events recorded in the Gospels. For the canonical texts are silent about this period, a silence that has opened the door for a multitude of legends and traditions to emerge, each offering its own unique perspective on her fate. Where did Mary Magdalene go after the crucifixion, and what became of her in the years that followed after she encountered the risen Christ? What legends arose in the vacuum of canonical silence, filling the void with tales of her travels, her teachings, and her enduring influence? The New Testament's silence on this matter creates a vacuum of intrigue, fueling speculation, and giving rise to a vibrant tapestry of stories that continue to captivate and inspire to this very day. Perhaps the most prominent and widely known legend is that of Mary Magdalene's journey to southern France, specifically the region of Provence, accompanied by other early Christians, including Lazarus, whom Jesus raised from the dead, and Martha, Lazarus' sister. This account, while lacking explicit biblical support, has become deeply ingrained in the cultural and religious landscape of southern France, shaping its history, its art, and its spiritual identity. But what are the key elements of this legend, and how have they shaped our understanding of Mary Magdalene's later life? Let us delve into this fascinating narrative, carefully unpacking its layers of meaning and historical context. The legend typically recounts a perilous sea journey from Palestine to the shores of France, a voyage undertaken by Mary Magdalene, Lazarus, Martha, and other companions, fleeing persecution in the wake of Jesus' crucifixion. They are said to have landed at Saint Mary's de la Mer, a coastal town in the Camargue region of Provence, where they disembarked and began their mission to evangelize the local population, converting them to Christianity. Mary Magdalene is credited with playing a pivotal role in this conversion, preaching the gospel and performing miracles, thus transforming the spiritual landscape of the region. It is quite a captivating story, but how much of it is based on historical fact, and how much is the product of pious imagination? Following their arrival, Mary Magdalene is said to have embarked on a tireless mission to evangelize Provence, traversing the region and preaching the teachings of Jesus to the local population. According to the legend, she played a crucial role in converting the inhabitants of Aix-en-Provence and Marseille, two major cities in southern France, establishing Christian communities and spreading the message of the gospel far and wide. But her journey did not end there, for the legend also speaks of her later life as a hermit, seeking solace and spiritual enlightenment in a remote cave known as Saint Baume. Was this a deliberate choice, or was she forced into seclusion by the ever-watchful eyes of those who opposed her teachings? Today, southern France boasts a number of specific locations closely associated with Mary Magdalene, each steeped in legend and attracting pilgrims from around the world. Saint Mary's de la Mer is revered as the site of her landing, with a fortified church housing her relics and serving as a focal point for annual Romany pilgrimages. Aix-en-Provence and Marseille proudly claim her as their evangelizer, with churches and historical sites commemorating her presence. But perhaps the most significant site is Saint Baume, the cave where she is said to have spent her final years in prayer and contemplation, a place of profound spiritual energy that continues to draw seekers seeking connection with her enduring legacy. But what are the potential origins and influences of this enduring legend? One possibility is that the figure of Mary Magdalene may have been syncretized with pre-existing female deities worshipped in southern France, for the region had a rich history of pagan traditions and goddess worship long before the arrival of Christianity. It is conceivable that the local population, accustomed to venerating female figures, readily embraced Mary Magdalene as a successor to their ancient goddesses, blending Christian beliefs with indigenous spiritual practices. What we must consider is whether Mary Magdalene intentionally integrated pagan elements into her teachings, or whether it was a later adaptation by the local population. The Crusades, with their fervent desire to establish Christian relics and pilgrimage sites in Europe, may have also played a role in promoting the legend of Mary Magdalene in France, for the presence of her relics would undoubtedly enhance the region's religious prestige and attract pilgrims from far and wide, boosting its economic and political importance. The legend, therefore, may have been strategically promoted by local authorities seeking to capitalize on the growing popularity of pilgrimage and the desire for tangible connections to the sacred. Was this legend born out of genuine religious devotion, or was it a calculated move to enhance the region's standing in the Christian world? Medieval Romance literature, with its penchant for idealized figures and dramatic narratives, may have further contributed to the romanticization of Mary Magdalene, transforming her into a figure of courtly love, spiritual devotion, and adventurous travels. This trend of romanticizing historical figures and events was widespread in the Middle Ages, and it is not surprising that Mary Magdalene, with her already compelling story, became a prime candidate for such embellishment. Can we truly separate the historical Mary Magdalene from the romanticized figure of medieval lore? However, it is crucial to note that alternative accounts of Mary Magdalene's later life exist, challenging the dominant narrative of her journey to France. One such account places her in Ephesus, accompanying the Apostle John, where she is said to have died and been buried. This Ephesian tradition, supported by early church fathers such as Hippolytus of Rome, presents a starkly different picture of her final years, one devoid of travel, evangelization, and hermitic solitude. But why the discrepancy, and which account holds the greater weight of historical evidence? Thus, the legends surrounding Mary Magdalene's life after the Gospels are diverse and multifaceted, reflecting a complex interplay of historical events, religious beliefs, and cultural influences. There is no single, definitive account of what happened to her, a fact that only adds to the mystery and allure of this enigmatic figure. The contrast between the canonical silence and the proliferation of legends highlights the enduring power of storytelling and the human need to fill in the gaps in our knowledge, even if it means embracing narratives that may not be entirely grounded in historical fact. How then do we reconcile these divergent accounts and arrive at a more nuanced understanding of Mary Magdalene's legacy? Now that we have explored the legends and lore surrounding Mary Magdalene's later life, let us turn to the modern scholarly interpretations of these accounts and consider the evidence for and against their historical accuracy. For in the realm of academic analysis, the more fantastical elements of these narratives are often challenged and deconstructed, prompting us to re-evaluate what we think we know about Mary Magdalene. How do modern scholars approach the legends surrounding Mary Magdalene, and what evidence do they use to support or refute their historical accuracy, carefully sifting through the layers of myth and tradition to uncover the kernels of truth that may lie beneath? Note the shift from religious acceptance to critical examination, as we now embark on a journey of intellectual inquiry. XII. Modern scholarly perspectives. Deconstructing the Magdalene myth, moving from the realm of popular imagination to that of academic rigor, we will now examine the various scholarly perspectives on Mary Magdalene's later life, challenging and deconstructing the more fantastical elements that have become associated with her legend. How do modern scholars approach the legends surrounding Mary Magdalene, and what evidence do they use to support or refute their historical accuracy, separating fact from fiction and offering a more nuanced understanding of her enduring legacy? Many scholars adopt a skeptical perspective, highlighting the lack of contemporary historical evidence to support the legend of Mary Magdalene's journey to France, for there are no reliable sources from the 1st century AD that mention her presence in Gaul, raising serious questions about the veracity of this widely circulated narrative. It is important to remember that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Could it be possible that some records were lost over time? They critique the anachronistic elements within the legend, pointing out that the story of Mary's sea journey is unlikely, given the political and social conditions of the time, for travel in the ancient world was fraught with peril, and the notion of a group of early Christians embarking on such a voyage seems improbable. Furthermore, the idea of Mary preaching in France is inconsistent with what we know about early Christian missionary practices, which typically involved male apostles establishing communities and spreading the gospel. Is the legend a later invention designed to promote specific religious or political agendas? These skeptical scholars argue that the legend is a later invention designed to promote specific religious or political agendas, connecting this to the broader phenomenon of creating historical narratives to legitimize power structures. For by claiming Mary Magdalene as their own, the regions of southern France could enhance their religious prestige and attract pilgrims, thus boosting their economic and political influence. But are they correct? However, some scholars adopt a more sympathetic perspective, arguing that, while the details of the legend may be embellished, there could be a kernel of truth at its core, suggesting that Mary Magdalene may have indeed traveled to southern France, even if the circumstances were different from what the legend describes. Perhaps she sought refuge there after the crucifixion, or perhaps she visited the region later in life, drawn by the growing Christian community. What is the symbolic significance of the legend, regardless of its historical accuracy? They emphasize the symbolic significance of the legend, regardless of its historical accuracy, arguing that the story of Mary's journey to France represents the spread of Christianity to Europe and the empowerment of women in the early church, a powerful symbol of female leadership and spiritual authority. Connect this to the broader theme of the divine feminine and its relevance for contemporary spirituality, for Mary Magdalene's journey can be seen as a metaphor for the ongoing quest for spiritual enlightenment and the enduring power of female voices in the face of patriarchal oppression. Does archaeological evidence support any aspects of the legend? Indeed, they discuss the archaeological evidence that may support some aspects of the legend, mentioning the existence of ancient Christian sites in southern France that predate the medieval period, suggesting that Christianity had a presence in the region earlier than previously thought. However, they caution against over-interpreting this evidence, noting that it doesn't definitively prove Mary Magdalene's presence in the region. What is the real story? We must also analyze the potential biases and agendas that may influence both the skeptical and sympathetic perspectives, discussing the potential for scholars to be influenced by their own religious beliefs or lack thereof, suggesting that both pro- and anti-religious perspectives can distort the interpretation of historical evidence. Is it possible to approach the study of Mary Magdalene with complete objectivity, or are we all inevitably shaped by our own preconceptions and beliefs? Therefore, modern scholarly perspectives on Mary Magdalene's later life range from outright skepticism to cautious acceptance. And while there is little concrete historical evidence to support the legends, they continue to hold symbolic and spiritual significance for many, reminding us of the enduring power of storytelling and the human need to connect with figures who embody our deepest values and aspirations. The importance of considering multiple perspectives and avoiding dogmatism cannot be overstated, for the truth about Mary Magdalene may lie somewhere in between the extremes of historical skepticism and religious fervor. What is the enduring legacy? Having examined the legends and scholarly interpretations of Mary Magdalene's later life, let us now consider the enduring legacy of her teachings and their relevance for the modern seeker, exploring the ways in which her story continues to inspire, challenge, and empower us in our own spiritual journeys, for her influence extends far beyond the realm of historical fact or religious dogma. Having examined the legends and scholarly interpretations of Mary Magdalene's later life, let us now turn to the modern scholarly interpretations of these accounts and consider the evidence for and against their historical accuracy. For in the realm of academic analysis, the more fantastical elements of these narratives are often challenged and deconstructed, prompting us to re-evaluate what we think we know about Mary Magdalene. How do modern scholars approach the legends surrounding Mary Magdalene, and what evidence do they use to support or refute their historical accuracy, carefully sifting through the layers of myth and tradition to uncover the kernels of truth that may lie beneath? Note the shift from religious acceptance to critical examination as we now embark on a journey of intellectual inquiry. XII. The discovery of the relics, unearthing the Magdalene in France. Having pondered the modern scholarly perspectives on Mary Magdalene's later life, let us now delve into the intriguing circumstances surrounding the 13th century rediscovery of her supposed relics in Saint-Maximin-la-Sainte-Baume. For this event was more than a mere archaeological find, as it occurred during a period of intense religious fervor and political maneuvering. Was this discovery a genuine historical event, or a carefully orchestrated campaign to promote a specific image of her, solidifying the Church's authority in the region and countering alternative spiritual narratives? Consider the timing. The Albigensian Crusade had just concluded, leaving southern France scarred by religious conflict, creating fertile ground for the promotion of officially sanctioned relics. The key events surrounding the relic discovery are shrouded in both piety and political calculation, beginning with an alleged vision that led Charles II, Prince of Salerno, to the site where the relics were purportedly buried. Charles, a staunch supporter of the Church, played a crucial role in promoting the cult of Mary Magdalene, commissioning the construction of the Basilica of Sainte Marie Magdalene to house the relics and attracting pilgrims from far and wide. Adding further weight to the discovery, papal bulls were issued by Boniface VIII, endorsing the authenticity of the relics and solidifying their place in the religious landscape. But were these pronouncements based on genuine historical evidence, or were they part of a larger strategy to consolidate power? It seems more political than genuine. The political and religious context of the relic discovery is inextricably linked to the Albigensian Crusade, a brutal campaign to suppress Catharism in southern France. For the Cathars, with their emphasis on female spiritual authority and their rejection of the material wealth of the Church, posed a direct threat to papal power. The promotion of Mary Magdalene's cult served to counter the Cathar emphasis on female spiritual authority, presenting a carefully curated image of her as a repentant sinner. a stark contrast to the Gnostic portrayal of her as an enlightened disciple. Moreover, the rivalry between the French monarchy and the papacy added another layer of complexity, and it is plausible that the French monarchy may have supported the cult of Mary Magdalene to assert its independence from Rome, creating a local center of religious authority that could rival papal influence. Was the promotion of Mary Magdalene's cult a genuine expression of religious devotion, or a strategic maneuver in the complex game of medieval politics? Let us now turn our attention to the relics themselves, questioning their authenticity and symbolic significance, for the skull, purportedly that of Mary Magdalene, raises immediate questions. Is it truly hers, or a later addition intended to lend credibility to the cult? Consider the methods used to authenticate relics in the Middle Ages, often relying on dubious claims and unverifiable traditions, which begs the question, can we truly trust the historical claims made about these objects? Then there is the noli me tangere bone, said to be from the foot of Mary Magdalene, representing her encounter with the risen Jesus. And what does it represent in terms of Mary's relationship with Jesus? Connecting this relic to the broader theme of intimacy and access to the divine, we are left to consider, did Mary Magdalene possess a unique spiritual insight that set her apart from the other disciples? Finally, there's the alabaster jar, a recurring symbol of Mary Magdalene's devotion and spiritual insight, and exploring the symbolism of alabaster and its association with purity and transformation, one may wonder, does this jar represent the inner work of spiritual purification, a process of refining the soul to perceive the divine light? Synthesizing these key points, we can see that the rediscovery of Mary Magdalene's relics in the 13th century was a complex event shaped by political, religious, and economic factors. And while the authenticity of the relics is questionable, their symbolic significance is undeniable, reflecting a carefully constructed narrative intended to reinforce a specific image of Mary Magdalene. But here is what most people miss. Some esoteric historians whisper of a hidden agenda, suggesting that the relics were strategically discovered to divert attention from ancient trade routes and secret societies who venerated the divine feminine. What if Mary Magdalene's journey to France was not merely a flight from persecution, but a carefully planned mission to preserve and transmit esoteric knowledge, a truth that powerful forces sought to suppress? Now that we have explored the story of the relic discovery, let us turn to the traditions associated with Saint Baume, the cave where Mary Magdalene is said to have spent her final years, as we seek to uncover the deeper meaning of Mary Magdalene's story. Prepare to enter a realm of ancient mysteries and enduring spiritual power. XIII. Saint Baume, the sacred cave and the hermit's legacy. Having explored the story of the relic discovery, let us now turn our attention to Saint Baume, the cave in southern France, where Mary Magdalene is believed to have spent her final years as a hermit. For this location has long been a place of pilgrimage and spiritual power, drawing seekers from far and wide. What is the significance of Saint Baume as a sacred site, and what does it reveal about Mary Magdalene's legacy as a hermit and contemplative, a figure who sought solace and enlightenment in the depths of the natural world? Note that Saint Baume has been a sacred site for centuries, predating the Christian era, perhaps serving as a place of veneration for ancient earth goddesses. The physical characteristics of Saint Baume contribute to its aura of mystery and spiritual significance, for the cave is located high in the mountains of Provence, accessible only by foot, a journey that itself becomes a pilgrimage. The surrounding forest, with its ancient trees and hidden springs, is steeped in pagan traditions, whispering tales of druids and woodland spirits, suggesting a deep connection to the earth and its ancient wisdom. The spring that flows from the cave, known as the Fountain of Saint Mary Magdalene, is revered as a source of life and purification, its waters believed to possess healing properties, thus mirroring the transformative power of Mary Magdalene herself. But what secrets does this cave hold, and what can it teach us about the inner journey of the soul? The legends and traditions associated with Mary Magdalene's life at St. Baume paint a picture of profound spiritual devotion, speaking of her daily ascent to heaven for communion with the angels, a miraculous event that transcends the limitations of the physical world. Her simple life of prayer and contemplation, detached from worldly possessions and ambitions, serves as an inspiration for those seeking inner peace and spiritual clarity. The stories of her encounters with local people seeking guidance and healing, offering solace and wisdom to those in need, suggest that she continued to serve as a spiritual teacher and healer, even in her secluded hermitage. After her death, the legend claims that her body was preserved in the cave, miraculously protected from decay, a testament to her holiness and enduring spiritual power. But how much of these legends are based on historical fact, and how much are the product of pious imagination? Analyzing the symbolic significance of the cave, we find that it represents the inner world of the soul, the place where we encounter the divine, as it echoes Jungian concepts of individuation and the shadow self, urging us to confront our inner demons and embrace our true potential. The cave is also a place of purification and transformation, where we shed our old selves and emerge renewed, a parallel to alchemical symbolism and the process of spiritual transmutation, refining the base metals of our being into spiritual gold. Moreover, the cave is a symbol of feminine power and creativity, representing the womb of the earth and the source of all life, connecting us to goddess traditions and the veneration of the feminine aspect of God. Is St. Baume a gateway to the inner realms of the soul, a place where we can connect with the divine feminine and unlock our own spiritual potential? Examining the historical evidence for and against Mary Magdalene's presence at St. Baume, we must acknowledge the lack of contemporary sources to support the legend, with no mention of her hermitage in the writings of the early church fathers. However, there may be possible connections to pre-Christian cave cults and goddess worship, suggesting that the site was already considered sacred before the arrival of Christianity. The presence of ancient Christian graffiti in the cave, dating back to the early centuries of the faith, suggests its early use as a place of pilgrimage, perhaps by those seeking to connect with Mary Magdalene's spiritual legacy. So, is it possible that St. Baume was a site of syncretism, where pagan and Christian traditions intertwined, creating a unique blend of spiritual practices? Indeed, St. Baume embodies a fascinating integration of pagan and Christian traditions. For the forest surrounding, it was once sacred to the Celts and Romans, and it continues to be a place of spiritual significance for people of various backgrounds. Thus, it stands as a testament to the enduring power of place and the human need to connect with the sacred. Perhaps Mary Magdalene, in her wisdom, recognized the inherent sanctity of this site and chose it as a place to deepen her connection with the divine, embracing the ancient traditions and weaving them into her own spiritual practice. But what if the legends we have been told are only scratching the surface of the true spiritual power held within this sacred cave? Synthesizing these key points, we can see that St. Baume is a sacred site that embodies the legacy of Mary Magdalene as a hermit, contemplative, and symbol of feminine power. And while the historical evidence for her presence in the cave is limited, its spiritual significance is undeniable, representing a journey to the inner self. But we're just scratching the surface, because according to some esoteric traditions, St. Baume is not merely a cave, but a portal to other dimensions, a place where the veil between worlds is thin and where initiates can access hidden knowledge and spiritual power. What if Mary Magdalene's time at St. Baume was spent not just in prayer and contemplation, but in communion with beings from other realms, receiving esoteric teachings that she then passed on to her closest disciples? Now that we have explored the legends surrounding Mary Magdalene's journey to France and her life at Saint Baume, let us turn our attention to the symbolism associated with her and its enduring relevance, seeking to uncover deeper layers of meaning that transcend the historical narrative. Prepare to unlock the hidden language of the soul. XIV. The enduring symbolism. The alabaster jar and the red egg. Having explored the legends surrounding Mary Magdalene's journey to France and her life at Saint Baume, let us now turn our attention to recurring symbols associated with her, specifically the alabaster jar and the red egg, for these hold clues to her true nature and teachings, transcending the historical narrative. What is the meaning of the alabaster jar and the red egg, and how do these symbols contribute to our understanding of Mary Magdalene's spiritual significance, unlocking a deeper appreciation for her enduring legacy? Note that symbols offer a direct link to the subconscious, bypassing the rational mind and speaking directly to the soul. The alabaster jar, a vessel containing precious ointment, is a powerful symbol of divine grace, healing, and spiritual transformation, and it connects to the story of Mary anointing Jesus' feet in the Gospel of John, an act of profound love and devotion. The ointment itself represents the divine essence, the healing balm that soothes our wounds and awakens us to our true potential. The alabaster, a translucent stone, symbolizes purity and spiritual insight, representing the ability to see through illusions and perceive the truth. Is it possible that this anointing was not merely a physical act, but a symbolic initiation, conferring upon Jesus a special spiritual power? Connecting this to Mary Magdalene's role as a teacher of inner gnosis, we are left to consider, did she possess a unique understanding of spiritual principles that she shared with Jesus? The act of pouring out the ointment is an act of selfless love and devotion, a willingness to give all for one's beloved, mirroring Mary's act of anointing Jesus and representing her unwavering commitment to his mission. This speaks to the theme of divine love and surrender, a complete and unreserved offering of oneself to the divine will. But what if the ointment also symbolized something more, like a hidden knowledge or esoteric teaching that Mary shared with Jesus, imbuing him with the power to fulfill his destiny? The red egg, a symbol closely associated with Mary Magdalene, represents rebirth and resurrection, holding the potential for new life and the triumph over death, connecting directly to her role as the first witness to the resurrection, a pivotal moment in Christian history. The red color, the hue of passion, love, and sacrifice, mirrors the blood of Christ and the transformative power of love, linking to Mary Magdalene's unwavering devotion to Jesus. Consider, does this imply a secret, deeper connection between them that only Mary Magdalene knew? The act of offering the egg symbolizes sharing the good news of the resurrection, mirroring Mary Magdalene's role as an evangelist and messenger of hope, spreading the divine message to all who would listen. Is the red egg a symbol of the divine feminine, a representation of the life-giving power that resides within all women? Exploring the potential origins and influences of these symbols, we find that the alabaster jar has roots in ancient Near Eastern traditions of anointing and purification, suggesting that the symbol of the jar may have pre-Christian origins, reflecting a universal human need to cleanse and purify oneself before approaching the divine. The red egg has ties to pagan traditions of celebrating spring and rebirth, further suggesting that the symbol of the egg may have been syncretized with Christian beliefs, blending ancient wisdom with new spiritual insights. Did these pagan traditions hold a deeper understanding of the feminine divine, a knowledge that Mary Magdalene sought to preserve and integrate into her own teachings? Throughout history, these symbols have been interpreted and reinterpreted in various ways, and the Church has often portrayed the alabaster jar as a symbol of Mary Magdalene's repentance, focusing on her past sins rather than her spiritual insights, a deliberate attempt to control her narrative. In contrast, the Gnostic interpretation sees the jar as a symbol of her spiritual insight, a vessel containing the knowledge and wisdom that she shared with Jesus and the other disciples. The red egg has become a symbol of Easter and the resurrection of Jesus, a central theme in Christian theology, embodying Christian hope and redemption and solidifying the Church's narrative. Yet we are left to wonder, does the Church's interpretation overshadow the deeper, more empowering symbolism of these objects? Synthesizing these key points, the alabaster jar and the red egg are powerful symbols that offer insights into Mary Magdalene's spiritual significance, transcending the historical narrative. They represent themes of divine grace, inner knowledge, love, sacrifice, rebirth, and the sharing of the good news, thus offering a richer understanding of Mary Magdalene's enduring legacy. But what if the red egg also symbolizes a secret lineage, a bloodline of enlightened beings who carry the spark of divine consciousness within them, a truth that has been carefully guarded for centuries? Now that we have explored the symbolism associated with Mary Magdalene, let us turn to the ongoing relevance of her teachings and their power to challenge and transform our understanding of spirituality. For her message continues to resonate with those seeking a deeper connection to the divine, offering a path of empowerment and self-discovery. How has art shaped our understanding of Mary Magdalene, subtly guiding our perceptions and reflecting the ever-evolving tapestry of beliefs and interpretations surrounding her? The artistic representations of Mary Magdalene have not merely mirrored existing perceptions, but have actively shaped and transformed her image, contributing to a complex and multifaceted narrative that continues to evolve. How has art contributed to the evolving image of Mary Magdalene, and what do these depictions reveal about the changing cultural and spiritual attitudes towards her, shifting from images of the weeping sinner to that of the self-possessed divine? Art is not simply a reflection of prevailing attitudes, but an active force in the construction of meaning, subtly influencing our understanding of complex figures like Mary Magdalene. Before the 20th century, dominant trends in artistic representations solidified a specific image of Mary Magdalene, often emphasizing her repentance and devotion, yet simultaneously reinforcing patriarchal structures. Consider the prevalence of the repentant sinner trope, where Mary Magdalene is depicted as a weeping, penitent figure, kneeling at the foot of the cross or secluded in a cave, her face contorted in anguish and remorse. In Titian's Penitent Magdalene, for example, we see her gazing heavenward, tears streaming down her face, a skull resting beside her, symbolizing mortality and the fleeting nature of earthly pleasures. Guido Reni's depictions further reinforce this image, presenting her as a fragile, sorrowful figure consumed by guilt and seeking redemption. The visual cues in these paintings reinforce this image: downcast eyes, symbolizing humility and shame; flowing hair, often interpreted as a sign of loose morality; simple, austere garments, reflecting her rejection of worldly vanities. Isn't this a subtle yet powerful reinforcement of the Church's narrative of female sin and redemption? Another dominant trend is the depiction of the anointing at Bethany, capturing the moment when Mary Magdalene anoints Jesus' feet with precious ointment, an act of profound love and devotion. Paintings by Renaissance and Baroque artists often emphasize her humility and subservience in these scenes, kneeling before Jesus and washing his feet with her tears. Consider the symbolism of the ointment itself, representing divine grace and spiritual healing, a recognition of Jesus' sacred status. But doesn't the act of washing feet also reinforce her subordinate position, emphasizing her role as a humble servant rather than an independent spiritual figure? The emphasis here is less on the profound connection between two spiritual equals and more on the expected subservience that was the role of women at the time. Then there are the iconic images of the witness to the resurrection, portraying Mary Magdalene encountering the resurrected Jesus in the garden, the poignant scene captured in the phrase, "Noli me tangere," do not touch me. Paintings by Fra Angelico, Rembrandt, and others depict this encounter with a delicate balance of intimacy and distance, with Jesus often gesturing to prevent Mary Magdalene from touching him. The visual dynamics of these encounters are telling, the separation between Jesus and Mary, emphasizing his divine status and her human limitations. The gesture of restraint, suggesting a boundary that cannot be crossed. Does this artistic choice subtly imply that even in this moment of profound revelation, Mary Magdalene remains separate from the divine, forever relegated to the role of witness rather than participant? The potential equality implied by this scene is stifled by a separation that is visually enforced. Analyzing how these dominant trends have reinforced the Church's portrayal of Mary Magdalene, we find an emphasis on female sin and the need for male redemption. The repentant sinner trope subtly reinforces the idea that women are inherently prone to sin, requiring male figures to deliver them from their fallen nature, fitting neatly within the broader patriarchal structures of the Church and society. The subordination to male authority is evident in the scenes of anointing and resurrection, subtly reinforcing Mary Magdalene's subordinate role to Jesus, downplaying her spiritual authority and independence, casting her as a devoted follower rather than a spiritual leader in her own right. Then there is the emphasis on emotionality versus intellect, where the focus on Mary Magdalene's emotions, weeping, devotion, reinforces the stereotype of women as being more emotional than rational, creating a stark contrast with the Gnostic portrayal of her as a wise and insightful teacher, a figure capable of profound intellectual and spiritual understanding. Is this a deliberate attempt to undermine her authority by portraying her as driven by emotions rather than reason? In stark contrast, the late 20th and early 21st centuries have witnessed a dramatic shift in artistic representations of Mary Magdalene, characterized by a reclaiming of her spiritual authority and a celebration of her independent wisdom. We see the rise of images depicting her as a powerful, independent spiritual leader, often drawing on Gnostic themes and presenting her as a figure of strength, wisdom, and inner radiance. Modern feminist artists have embraced this new portrayal, creating art that challenges traditional interpretations and celebrates Mary Magdalene's spiritual authority. Isn't this a powerful act of reclaiming her narrative, breaking free from centuries of patriarchal control? Alongside this reclaiming of spiritual authority, we see a new emphasis on embracing sexuality and sensuality, challenging the traditional association of female sexuality with sin. Depictions of Mary Magdalene as a sensual, embodied woman celebrate her beauty and eroticism in a positive and empowering way, rejecting the notion that female sexuality is inherently dangerous or corrupting. Art that depicts Mary Magdalene in a state of ecstatic dance, or reclining in a garden, surrounded by symbols of fertility and abundance, celebrates the divine feminine in all its glory. By embracing her sexuality, are these artists challenging the Church's long-standing suppression of female pleasure and empowerment? Is this a conscious effort to reclaim female sensuality as a source of strength and spiritual connection? Moreover, we see a reconnection to the divine feminine, with images of Mary Magdalene as an embodiment of intuition, compassion, and a deep connection to nature. Art that depicts her in natural settings, surrounded by symbols of feminine power such as the moon, the sea, and the earth, celebrates her role as a conduit for the divine feminine. She is often portrayed as a wise woman, a healer, and a guide, embodying the nurturing and life-giving aspects of the feminine principle. Is this reconnection to the divine feminine a response to the perceived imbalance in traditional patriarchal religious models, offering a path to healing and wholeness? The reasons behind this shift are manifold, deeply rooted in the rise of feminist theology, challenging traditional interpretations and reclaiming Mary Magdalene as a symbol of female empowerment. Feminist theologians have re-examined the Gnostic texts, highlighting her spiritual authority and challenging the Church's portrayal of her as a repentant sinner, restoring her to her rightful place as a leader and teacher. The New Age movement has embraced Mary Magdalene as a symbol of alternative spirituality and the divine feminine, emphasizing personal experience, intuition, and connection to nature, all of which are reflected in the new artistic portrayals. Is this embrace of Mary Magdalene a sign of a growing desire for more inclusive and empowering spiritual models? The increased awareness of Gnostic texts, spurred on by the rediscovery and translation of these ancient writings, has made alternative portrayals of Mary Magdalene more accessible to the public, inspiring artists to create new and more empowering images. The Gnostic texts have, in effect, provided a wellspring of inspiration, challenging artists to reimagine her story and her spiritual significance. But are these texts truly offering a more authentic portrayal, or are they simply reflecting the biases and agendas of their own time? The artistic representations of Mary Magdalene have evolved significantly over time, reflecting changing cultural and spiritual attitudes, and the shift from repentant sinner to spiritual leader reflects the rise of feminist theology, the New Age movement, and increased awareness of Gnostic texts. For art truly imitates life, just as life imitates art. As art reflects social trends, we will now explore what the future may hold and the power that these figures truly represent. But what if the new portrayals of Mary Magdalene are not merely a reflection of contemporary trends, but a harbinger of a deeper spiritual shift, a reawakening of the divine feminine that has been suppressed for centuries? How has the image of Mary Magdalene been reinterpreted and embraced by esoteric currents, standing in stark contrast to the narrative carefully constructed and maintained by the established church? For there were those who saw her not as a repentant sinner, but as something far more profound. It is within these esoteric traditions that we find a counter-narrative, a preservation of a more empowering view of Mary Magdalene, one that challenges the patriarchal structures that have long sought to define her role. But how did various secret societies and esoteric traditions view Mary Magdalene, and what role did she play in their secret teachings? Consider that these groups, often operating in the shadows, preserved alternative narratives, offering a glimpse into a Mary Magdalene far removed from the church's carefully crafted image. One such group was the Cathars, a medieval Christian sect that flourished in southern France during the 12th and 13th centuries, challenging the very foundations of the Catholic Church and embracing a worldview steeped in Gnostic ideas. And didn't they perceive the world as a battleground between good and evil, a dualistic struggle between the forces of light and darkness? The Cathars, whose name derives from the Greek word katharos, meaning pure, saw the material world as the creation of an evil god, a demiurge, and believed that the human soul was trapped within this corrupt realm, its only hope lying in spiritual liberation. Doesn't this starkly contrast with the Catholic Church's more optimistic view of creation? Their beliefs, deemed heretical by the Church, led to their brutal suppression during the Albigensian Crusade, a bloody campaign that sought to eradicate their presence from the face of Europe. But what did they believe about Mary Magdalene? Central to the Cathar belief system was the veneration of Mary Magdalene, whom they regarded as a symbol of spiritual purity and divine love, viewing her as a figure of immense spiritual authority, a leader, a teacher, and an embodiment of the divine feminine. And didn't this challenge the Church's portrayal of her as a repentant sinner? While the Church emphasized her past sins, the Cathars focused on her role as a close disciple of Jesus, a witness to his resurrection, and a recipient of secret teachings, positioning her not as a subordinate figure, but as an equal, a partner in his mission. The Cathars saw Mary Magdalene as a model for female spiritual leadership, contrasting sharply with the Church's rigid patriarchal structure. But was this veneration of Mary Magdalene a key factor in their persecution? Did the Church see the Cathars' view of Mary Magdalene as a direct threat to its authority? The Church's brutal suppression of the Cathars during the Albigensian Crusade, a campaign of religious cleansing that stands as a dark chapter in European history, speaks volumes about the threat they posed to the established order, for it was a calculated effort to eliminate an alternative religious view, and in doing so, control the narrative surrounding figures like Mary Magdalene. The Albigensian Crusade, initiated by Pope Innocent III in 1209, unleashed a wave of violence and destruction upon the Cathar communities of southern France, resulting in the massacre of thousands of innocent people. And wasn't this a clear message to anyone who dared to challenge the Church's authority? The systematic persecution of the Cathars served to silence dissenting voices, suppress alternative interpretations of Scripture, and consolidate the Church's power. And isn't this consistent with the broader theme of controlling the narrative around Mary Magdalene, ensuring that her image remained subservient to the Church's agenda? Another group shrouded in mystery and intrigue is the Knights Templar, the medieval military order that rose to prominence during the Crusades, accumulating immense wealth and power. And didn't they allegedly possess secret knowledge that threatened the very foundations of the Church? The Knights Templar, officially known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, were initially tasked with protecting Christian pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land, but their influence soon extended far beyond this role. Did their alleged possession of secret relics, including those related to Mary Magdalene, contribute to their downfall? Theories abound that the Templars venerated Mary Magdalene, possessing secret relics related to her, such as her skull, and weren't these relics thought to contain hidden knowledge or spiritual power, challenging the Church's narrative? The so-called bloodline narratives, popularized by books like The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, suggest that Mary Magdalene was married to Jesus and that their descendants fled to Europe, where they were protected by the Templars. But how much of this is historical fact, and how much is romantic speculation? While the historical evidence for these claims remains inconclusive, the theories surrounding the Templars and Mary Magdalene continue to captivate the imagination, suggesting a hidden connection between the two. The Templars' sudden downfall and persecution by the Church and the French monarchy in the early 14th century remain one of the most enigmatic events in medieval history. For in 1307, King Philip IV of France, heavily indebted to the Templars, ordered the arrest of the order's members, accusing them of heresy and various other crimes, and didn't Pope Clement V, under pressure from Philip, subsequently dissolve the order in 1312. The Templars were subjected to torture, forced to confess to false charges, and ultimately burned at the stake, their wealth seized by the French crown. But was their alleged veneration of Mary Magdalene a contributing factor to their downfall? Did the Church see the Templars' interest in Mary Magdalene as a sign of heresy, a challenge to their authority? It is quite possible that their secret beliefs, whatever they may have been, contributed to their destruction. Let us now turn our attention to the Rosicrucians, a secretive philosophical society that emerged in the early 17th century, emphasizing esoteric knowledge and spiritual transformation, drawing upon a diverse range of traditions, including alchemy, Kabbalah, and Hermeticism. And didn't they seek to unlock the secrets of the universe and achieve a higher state of consciousness? The Rosicrucians, whose origins remain shrouded in mystery, promoted a philosophy that emphasized the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of inner transformation, and the pursuit of hidden knowledge. And what role did Mary Magdalene play in their system of thought? The Rosicrucians often interpreted Mary Magdalene allegorically, seeing her as a symbol of the divine feminine within alchemical processes. For in alchemy, the prima materia, the raw material that needs to be transformed into spiritual gold, is often associated with the feminine principle. And wasn't Mary Magdalene seen as representing this essential substance? The alchemical great work, the process of transforming base metals into gold, is also seen as a metaphor for spiritual transformation, the purification and perfection of the soul. And the Rosicrucians believed that the union of masculine and feminine principles was essential for achieving this transformation, and what better symbol of the divine feminine than Mary Magdalene? Consider that her role in this alchemical view extends beyond simple symbolism. She embodies the transformative power of love and devotion, capable of turning the base metal of human imperfection into the gold of enlightenment. Thus, various secret societies and esoteric traditions have embraced and reinterpreted Mary Magdalene, often in ways that challenge the Church's portrayal of her. For these traditions have seen her as a symbol of spiritual purity, divine love, and the divine feminine, offering alternative narratives that empower women and challenge patriarchal structures. And what a contrast to the limited role the Church assigned to her. It's almost as if these societies recognized a truth about Mary Magdalene that the Church was determined to suppress. As we have seen, the Cathars, the Knights Templar, and the Rosicrucians each found unique meaning and significance in her story, reclaiming her as a figure of spiritual authority and challenging the dominant narrative. But is there something inherently rebellious in seeking out these alternative interpretations? Having explored how esoteric figures viewed Mary Magdalene, we will now examine her contemporary symbolic role in spiritual subcultures and practices, discovering how modern seekers are continuing to reclaim her story and find empowerment in her example. But could it be that the true secret of Mary Magdalene lies not in historical accounts or theological debates, but in the personal, transformative experiences she inspires in those who seek her out? Having explored how esoteric figures viewed Mary Magdalene, we will now turn our attention to the multifaceted ways in which she is perceived and honored in contemporary spiritualities. But how do these modern views compare to the historical portrayal carefully curated by the Church? And what unmet needs do these diverse interpretations fulfill? Consider that while the Church historically presented a relatively unified, often negative, image of Mary Magdalene, modern spirituality embraces a spectrum of perspectives, ranging from traditional reverence to radical reinterpretations. Isn't this contrast striking, almost a deliberate act of reclaiming her narrative? From New Age spirituality, where she's often seen as a guide to personal transformation, to goddess spirituality, where she embodies the divine feminine, Mary Magdalene has become a canvas upon which modern seekers project their own spiritual aspirations and longings. But where did this transformation stem from? Let us first consider the traditionalist perspective, which, despite the rise of alternative interpretations, remains a significant force within some segments of the Catholic and Orthodox churches. But how does this view reconcile with the emerging, more empowered narratives? This perspective emphasizes Mary Magdalene as a compassionate saint and a model of repentance, a figure who, despite her past sins, found redemption through Christ and became a devoted follower. This view is still prevalent today in some segments of the Catholic and Orthodox churches. We can find evidence of this in contemporary Catholic authors and movements that emphasize her role as a repentant sinner who found redemption through Christ. Shouldn't we ask ourselves if this emphasis is merely a continuation of the historical narrative, or if it reflects a genuine spiritual connection? Central to this traditionalist view is Mary Magdalene's role as a witness to the resurrection, her unwavering faith, and her willingness to follow Jesus even to the cross. And aren't these qualities held up as examples of ideal Christian devotion? The Catholic and Orthodox traditions emphasize her presence at the tomb, her encounter with the risen Christ, and her role as the apostle to the apostles, the first to proclaim the good news of the resurrection. This unwavering faith is seen as a source of inspiration and a testament to the transformative power of divine grace. What about her devotion to Jesus? For the feminist spiritual perspective, it is very different. In stark contrast to the traditionalist view, the feminist spiritual perspective sees Mary Magdalene as a powerful spiritual leader and teacher, suppressed by the patriarchal church? And doesn't this narrative directly challenge the traditional portrayal of her as a repentant sinner? This view draws heavily on Gnostic texts, such as the Gospel of Mary, which portrays her as a close disciple of Jesus who received secret teachings that were not shared with the other apostles. Contemporary feminist theologians and spiritual leaders promote this view. The divine feminine is reclaiming its place, but do these accounts align with the traditional views? Within this feminist spiritual lens, Mary Magdalene is not merely a follower, but an embodiment of the divine feminine, a symbol of female empowerment and spiritual authority. But what does this divine feminine truly represent? The concept of the divine feminine connects to the broader movement to reclaim the feminine aspect of God and to challenge patriarchal structures within religious institutions. This is about restoring balance, recognizing the inherent worth and power of feminine qualities, such as intuition, compassion, and nurturing, that have long been devalued or suppressed in patriarchal societies. This also raises an important question of whether she was more than just a disciple. We must consider, too, the esoteric Gnostic perspective, which presents Mary Magdalene as a keeper of secret knowledge, an initiate into the mysteries of Jesus' teachings. And how does this image depart from the traditional saint? This view draws on both Gnostic texts and esoteric traditions, such as Rosicrucianism and Hermeticism, which emphasize the importance of inner gnosis and direct, personal experience of the divine. Contemporary authors and spiritual teachers present Mary Magdalene as a master of inner gnosis and a guide to spiritual enlightenment. In this particular context, she is a bridge between the human and the divine, a symbol of spiritual transformation. Is this secret knowledge the key to unlocking the mystery of Mary Magdalene? In the esoteric Gnostic perspective, the emphasis is on seeking direct, personal experience of the divine, rather than relying on intermediaries or external authority. And how does this resonate with the broader esoteric emphasis on inner transformation? This perspective often sees Mary Magdalene as a guide on this inner journey, a figure who can help individuals unlock their own spiritual potential and connect with the divine within themselves. This inner transformation is not just about intellectual understanding, but a profound shift in consciousness, a direct experience of the divine that transcends the limitations of the ego. It's about awakening to the truth of one's own being and recognizing the interconnectedness of all things. But how does this relate to the historical revisionist perspective? Finally, let us consider the historical revisionist perspective, which posits that Mary Magdalene was the wife or intimate companion of Jesus, and that her true role was deliberately obscured by the church. Doesn't this narrative challenge the very foundations of traditional Christianity? This view draws on the Gospel of Philip and other Gnostic texts, as well as speculative historical theories, and certain authors and researchers promote the idea that Mary Magdalene and Jesus had a romantic relationship and possibly children. But how much of this is speculation, and how much is based on solid evidence? This perspective connects to the broader theme of challenging established narratives and reclaiming marginalized voices. But how might these alternative perspectives serve to empower marginalized figures? At the heart of the historical revisionist perspective lies the belief that the Church deliberately suppressed the true history of Mary Magdalene and Jesus for political reasons. What do we know about the political motivations behind this suppression? The Church's agenda was to maintain its patriarchal power structure and to control the narrative surrounding Jesus and his followers. By portraying Mary Magdalene as a repentant sinner rather than a spiritual leader or wife, the Church reinforced its own authority and silenced alternative voices that challenged its dominance. Are there other cases in history where similar revisions have occurred? Despite their differences, these diverse interpretations share common threads, but what underlying themes connect these seemingly disparate views of Mary Magdalene? All of these interpretations, to varying degrees, challenge the traditional portrayal of Mary Magdalene promoted by the Church? And isn't this challenge a key factor in her modern appeal? Each perspective seeks to reclaim female agency, restoring Mary Magdalene's power and empowering women in spiritual contexts. And lastly, many of these interpretations emphasize the importance of personal experience and inner knowing as sources of spiritual truth. And isn't this a theme throughout esoteric spirituality? As we have seen, Mary Magdalene is a multifaceted figure in modern spirituality, representing a range of values and beliefs that resonate with different individuals and communities. And how does her story continue to evolve and inspire as people seek new ways to connect with the divine? As people seek new ways to connect with the divine, her story continues to evolve and inspire, serving as a mirror reflecting their own spiritual journeys and aspirations. It becomes clear that Mary Magdalene is more than just a historical figure. She is a living symbol, a potent reminder that the divine is accessible to all, regardless of gender, background, or past mistakes. But where does this multifaceted representation lead us? Having explored the diverse modern spiritual interpretations, let us move on to how these all interact with ideas of female bloodlines and the Holy Grail. Having examined these diverse modern spiritual interpretations, let's now turn our attention to the controversial, yet undeniably compelling, topic of Mary Magdalene's potential descendants. But how do we reconcile the historical record with the persistent rumors of a sacred bloodline intertwined with the very notion of the Holy Grail? Consider that modern interpretations of Mary Magdalene have given rise to a potent mix of history, legend, and symbolism, where the search for her legacy often transcends the boundaries of conventional history. Is there any historical basis to the claims of a bloodline descending from Mary Magdalene and Jesus? And how has this idea been used and interpreted in different contexts, particularly when these claims often challenge the foundations of established religious doctrine? The massive impact of the Da Vinci Code on popular perception, for example, demonstrates the enduring fascination with this topic and its power to spark both controversy and intrigue. To fully understand the allure of this idea, we must first introduce the concept of sangreal or Holy Grail as both a physical object and a symbolic lineage. But how has the interpretation of this singular artifact transformed over time, and what underlying human desires does it fulfill? The traditional Christian interpretation of the Holy Grail often presents it as the cup used by Jesus at the Last Supper, or the vessel that collected his blood at the crucifixion. And isn't this tangible object often imbued with a sacred significance that transcends its material form? This interpretation is richly woven into Arthurian legends, where the quest for the Grail becomes a central theme of spiritual yearning and knightly virtue. But what if the Grail represents something far more personal and intimate? Consider that an alternative interpretation of the Holy Grail exists, one that sees it as the sangreal or royal blood, referring to the bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. And might this interpretation challenge the very foundations of established religious narratives, particularly those concerning the role of women and the nature of divinity? The books Holy Blood, Holy Grail by Michael Bagent, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln, for example, popularized this idea, suggesting that Jesus and Mary Magdalene had a child and that their descendants have secretly influenced European history. It is worth noting, however, that the term bloodline does not necessarily have to be a literal lineage, but could be seen as the passing down of spiritual knowledge and wisdom from Mary Magdalene, a legacy of inner gnosis and divine feminine that continues to resonate today. But how does one reconcile these two seemingly disparate interpretations of a single symbol? Presenting the evidence, or more accurately, the lack thereof, for a historical bloodline is essential. But how can we approach this topic with both intellectual rigor and respect for the beliefs of those who find meaning in it. It is important to acknowledge that there is no definitive historical proof that Mary Magdalene and Jesus had a child, or that a bloodline exists, and isn't this lack of concrete evidence a major obstacle for those seeking to prove this theory? Contemporary sources are conspicuously silent on this matter, and archaeological findings have yet to unearth any definitive proof. But could the absence of evidence be interpreted as evidence of absence, or might there be other factors at play? Indeed, many historians and theologians actively argue against the bloodline theory, emphasizing the speculative nature of the evidence and the reliance on interpretations of historical records that are often ambiguous or open to multiple readings. But haven't such counterarguments often been dismissed as biased or incomplete, particularly by those who champion alternative historical narratives? Claims made in Holy Blood, Holy Grail, for example, have been widely debunked by historians who point out the flawed methodology, the selective use of evidence, and the reliance on conspiracy theories. But does this mean that the entire theory should be dismissed out of hand, or might there be elements of truth or symbolic value within it? Yet, despite the lack of concrete historical proof, counterarguments persist, focusing on alternative interpretations of historical records, genealogy, and symbolism. And isn't it precisely in the realm of symbolism and interpretation that the bloodline theory finds its most fertile ground? Consider specific examples of families who claim descent from Jesus and Mary Magdalene, emphasizing the lack of verifiable evidence to support these claims. And don't these claims often become intertwined with nationalistic fervor and esoteric beliefs, blurring the lines between history and myth? Ultimately, the question becomes, are these claims based on verifiable facts, or are they driven by a desire to rewrite history and to challenge the established order? We must analyze the motivations behind promoting the bloodline theory. The motivations behind promoting the bloodline theory are complex and multifaceted. But is it possible that these motivations reflect a deeper longing for alternative versions of history, spirituality, and social order? One might argue that the theory has been used to challenge the authority of the Church, to promote alternative versions of Christianity, and to empower women. And aren't these motivations rooted in a desire to reclaim marginalized voices and to challenge oppressive power structures? In this context, the bloodline narrative becomes a potent symbol of resistance, a way of reimagining the past and creating a more equitable future. But might these utopian dreams inadvertently lead to new forms of exclusion or oppression? Even if a literal bloodline cannot be definitively proven, the symbolic significance of the bloodline and the Holy Grail remains incredibly powerful. But isn't the power of symbolism often more profound and enduring than that of historical fact? The bloodline can be seen as a symbol of the enduring legacy of Mary Magdalene and her teachings, representing the persistence of alternative spiritual traditions and the ongoing struggle for female empowerment. And doesn't this resonate deeply with those who feel marginalized or disenfranchised by mainstream religious institutions? Connecting this to the theme of suppressed knowledge, it becomes clear that the bloodline narrative is not just about lineage, but also about the transmission of a particular worldview, a set of values, and a way of life. But what are the key elements of this particular worldview, and how does it differ from that of the established Church? The Holy Grail, in turn, becomes a symbol of the divine feminine and the sacredness of human life. And isn't this a powerful counterpoint to patriarchal religious models that often devalue or suppress the feminine aspect of God? Connecting this to the broader movement to reclaim the feminine aspect of God and to challenge patriarchal structures, it is worth asking whether the quest for the Holy Grail is not just a search for an object, but a search for a way of reintegrating the feminine into our understanding of the divine. But how might this reintegration transform our understanding of ourselves, our relationships, and our place in the world. Furthermore, the quest for the Holy Grail can be understood as a metaphor for the search for inner truth and spiritual enlightenment. And isn't this a theme that resonates deeply with the esoteric traditions that emphasize inner gnosis and direct, personal experience of the divine? Connecting this to the theme of inner gnosis and the importance of personal experience in spiritual seeking, we can see the quest for the Grail as a journey of self-discovery, a process of peeling back the layers of illusion and connecting with the divine spark within ourselves. But what are the specific steps involved in this inner journey? And how can we apply the symbolism of the Grail to our own spiritual practice? The bloodline narrative also plays a crucial role in empowering women. But how can we ensure that this empowerment is not just symbolic, but also translates into real-world changes in social, political, and economic structures? By challenging the traditional patriarchal view of history and religion, the idea of a bloodline descending from Mary Magdalene offers women a sense of connection to a powerful female figure and a lineage of spiritual authority. And isn't this sense of connection and authority essential for women to reclaim their rightful place in spiritual leadership? One might argue that this narrative provides women with a sense of agency and a framework for challenging patriarchal norms, fostering a sense of sisterhood and collective empowerment. But how can we translate this symbolic empowerment into concrete action? In conclusion, the claim of a bloodline descending from Mary Magdalene is undoubtedly controversial, steeped in both historical speculation and wishful thinking, but it underscores her enduring power as a symbol of alternative and female-focused spirituality. And isn't this symbolic power precisely what makes her story so compelling and relevant today? Irrespective of their historicity, the symbolic importance of both the bloodline and the Holy Grail serve as potent reminders of the need to challenge established narratives, to reclaim marginalized voices, and to seek inner truth and spiritual enlightenment. But what are the concrete steps we can take to embody these principles in our daily lives? Having examined these bloodline narratives, let's explore the idea of powerful female descendants carrying the torch. Having examined these bloodline narratives, let's explore the idea of powerful female descendants carrying the torch. But how do we transition from the controversial concept of a literal bloodline to the undeniable presence of women who embody Mary Magdalene's spirit and teachings? Consider that these women, whether direct descendants or not, represent the ongoing power of her legacy. But who are some of the powerful women throughout history and in the present day who have been identified as daughters of Magdalene, and how do they reflect her values and teachings? It is worth noting that we will focus on the idea of spiritual descendants rather than strictly genetic lineage. Let's now turn our attention to some historical figures who have been associated with Mary Magdalene's lineage or spiritual influence. Starting with Saint Sarah, also known as Sarah la Kali, but might her story offer a crucial link to understanding Mary Magdalene's enduring power and the broader themes of hidden wisdom and cultural diversity within Christianity. Saint Sarah is the patron saint of the Romani people, whose shrine is located in Sainte Mary's de la Mer, France, the very place where, according to legend, Mary Magdalene and her companions landed after fleeing persecution in Palestine. But isn't it curious that this figure, shrouded in mystery, has become such a central figure for a marginalized community? Consider the varying theories surrounding Saint Sarah's origins. Some believe she was the daughter of Mary Magdalene, born after her arrival in France, while others suggest she was a servant who accompanied Mary and her companions. But could the truth be far more symbolic than literal, representing the integration of diverse cultures and the hidden wisdom of the feminine? The symbolism of Saint Sarah as a Black Madonna figure is particularly intriguing, resonating with ancient traditions of earth goddesses and representing the hidden wisdom and power of the feminine. But isn't the Black Madonna a potent symbol of spiritual strength, often associated with the reclaiming of female power within religious contexts. Connecting this to broader discussions of racial and cultural diversity within Christianity, we can see Saint Sarah as a symbol of inclusivity, challenging the often Eurocentric narratives that dominate religious discourse. But what does it mean to embrace the Black Madonna as a symbol of spiritual liberation? And how can this resonate with individuals from diverse backgrounds? Now let's turn our attention to Matilda of Tuscany, a powerful 11th century Italian noblewoman. But could her story hold clues to understanding the political and spiritual dynamics of medieval Europe and the potential survival of a hidden lineage? Matilda was a formidable figure who supported the papacy during the investiture controversy, a major conflict between the Church and the Holy Roman Empire over the appointment of bishops. But wasn't her unwavering support for the Pope a testament to her personal conviction and her strategic political acumen? Some theories suggest that Matilda was a descendant of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and that she used her power to protect the Grail lineage. But could such claims be rooted in historical fact, or are they merely romantic embellishments that serve to enhance her mystique? It is important to analyze the historical evidence for and against Matilda's connection to the Grail lineage, keeping in mind the speculative nature of these claims. But how can we separate historical fact from legend when dealing with such emotionally charged topics? While there is no definitive proof that Matilda was a direct descendant of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, her patronage of religious institutions and her strong sense of personal conviction have fueled speculation about her potential connection to a hidden spiritual tradition. But might this be more about projecting a desire for female empowerment onto a historical figure, rather than uncovering a verifiable truth? Ultimately, Matilda of Tuscany remains an enigmatic figure, a powerful woman who navigated the complex political landscape of medieval Europe. And whether or not she was a descendant of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, she undeniably left an indelible mark on history. Having explored these historical figures, let's now consider contemporary figures who embody Mary Magdalene's values and teachings, starting with feminist theologians. But how are these theologians reshaping our understanding of Mary Magdalene and challenging patriarchal structures within Christianity? These theologians are actively reclaiming Mary Magdalene as a symbol of female empowerment, reinterpreting the Gnostic texts and highlighting her spiritual authority. But aren't they also facing resistance from more traditional elements within the Church who are invested in maintaining the status quo? Consider the work of specific feminist theologians who are reinterpreting the Gnostic texts and highlighting Mary Magdalene's spiritual authority. But what specific insights are they uncovering, and how are they challenging traditional interpretations of Scripture? By examining the Gnostic Gospels, these theologians are revealing a Mary Magdalene who was a close disciple of Jesus, a spiritual teacher, and a visionary leader. But isn't this a stark contrast to the traditional portrayal of her as a repentant sinner? Connecting this to the broader movement to create a more inclusive and equitable religious landscape, we can see feminist theology as a vital force in challenging patriarchal structures and empowering women to reclaim their spiritual heritage. But how can we ensure that these efforts lead to lasting change within religious institutions and in society as a whole? Let's also explore contemporary spiritual teachers and healers who are drawing on Mary Magdalene's teachings to promote inner gnosis, compassion, and spiritual transformation. But how are they incorporating her wisdom into their practices, and what impact are they having on the lives of their students and clients? These teachers and healers are emphasizing the importance of direct, personal experience of the divine, rather than relying on intermediaries or external authority. But isn't this a core principle of Gnosticism and a powerful message for those who feel disconnected from traditional religious institutions? Connecting this to the broader trend of seeking direct, personal experience of the divine, We can see Mary Magdalene as a guide and an inspiration, a symbol of the power of inner knowing and the potential for spiritual transformation. But what specific techniques and practices are these teachers and healers using to help others connect with their inner wisdom and experience the divine for themselves? Finally, let's consider contemporary social justice activists who are fighting for equality, challenging oppression, and promoting peace. But how are they embodying Mary Magdalene's values of compassion, justice, and resistance to unjust authority? These activists are working to create a more just and equitable world, challenging oppressive systems and advocating for the marginalized and disenfranchised. But isn't this a reflection of Mary Magdalene's own commitment to social justice and her willingness to stand up to power? Connecting this to the broader movement to create a more just and equitable world, we can see Mary Magdalene as a role model for social justice activists, a reminder that compassion, justice, and resistance to oppression are essential components of a truly spiritual life. But what specific actions are these activists taking to embody Mary Magdalene's values, and how can we support their efforts? All of these women, in their own way, have challenged established power structures and fought for a more just and equitable world. But what are the common threads that connect them to each other and to Mary Magdalene herself? Whether historical or contemporary, these daughters of Magdalene represent the enduring legacy of her teachings and the power of women to challenge oppression, embrace the divine feminine, and promote inner gnosis. But what lessons can we learn from their lives and their work? All of these women have embraced the divine feminine and sought to reclaim the feminine aspect of God, challenging patriarchal norms and promoting a more balanced and inclusive understanding of the divine. But doesn't this represent a fundamental shift in our understanding of spirituality? All of these women have emphasized the importance of personal experience and inner knowing as sources of spiritual truth, empowering individuals to connect with their own inner wisdom and to challenge external authority. But isn't this a radical departure from traditional religious models that emphasize obedience and conformity? Now that we have looked at individual descendants, let's focus on the places that hold the secrets and draw in the faithful. Having looked at individual descendants, let's focus on the places that hold the secrets and draw in the faithful. But what are some of the most important physical locations associated with Mary Magdalene, and what makes them so significant to those who seek her presence? Consider these pilgrims as active participants in shaping the landscape's meaning, not just passive observers. It is not merely the physical location that draws them, but the energetic imprint left by Mary Magdalene, a tangible connection to her spirit and teachings. Let's begin with Aix-en-Provence, France, one of the cities in southern France where Mary Magdalene is said to have preached after arriving from Palestine. But isn't it intriguing that this city, steeped in history and art, would become a focal point for her legacy? As a city with Roman roots, Aix-en-Provence evolved into a hub of artistic and intellectual life, attracting thinkers and creators for centuries. But how did it become associated with Mary Magdalene, and what makes this connection so enduring? According to local legends, Mary Magdalene, along with other saints, landed on the shores of Provence and brought Christianity to the region, traveling to Aix to convert the local population. But can we truly disentangle historical fact from the threads of faith and folklore that have interwoven over time? While there are no contemporary sources to confirm this specific evangelization effort by Mary Magdalene, the story persists, shaping the city's spiritual identity. But might the lack of historical evidence simply point to the deliberate erasure of her role, a suppression of her influence that continues to this day? Aix's significance lies not only in its historical role as a center of power and culture in Provence, but also in its enduring association with this narrative of conversion and spiritual awakening. The spiritual significance of Aix-en-Provence lies in its symbolic role as a place of spiritual transformation and conversion. But what is it about this location that lends itself to such profound change? Consider the city as a crucible, where Roman paganism met the burgeoning Christian faith, and where Mary Magdalene, according to legend, played a pivotal role in guiding the city towards a new spiritual understanding. This conversion narrative, whether historically accurate or not, has imbued Aix with an energetic imprint of her presence, transforming it into a destination for those seeking healing and spiritual awakening. But can a place truly hold the echoes of past events and the intentions of those who walked its streets? It is through this lens that Aix holds its enduring appeal, a place where the veil between worlds seems thin and where one can connect with the transformative power of faith and devotion. This connects to the broader theme of challenging established religious beliefs, emphasizing Mary Magdalene's perceived challenge to Orthodox Christianity, because the narrative in Aix paints her as a proactive missionary. But how does this specific narrative challenge the patriarchal framework that has dominated the Church for so long? Having explored the legends of Aix-en-Provence, let's now journey to Marseille, another key city in southern France, inextricably linked to Mary Magdalene. But how did this bustling port city, a gateway to Europe, become another significant site in her story? Marseille, with its rich history as a multicultural and cosmopolitan center, has long served as a crossroads of civilizations, a place where diverse cultures and beliefs have converged and intermingled. But could this very diversity have contributed to its role as a sanctuary for Mary Magdalene and her companions? Legend has it that Mary Magdalene arrived in Marseille by sea, bringing with her the message of Christianity and performing miracles that astounded the local population. But might these stories be symbolic representations of her ability to bridge cultural divides and transform hearts? Just as in Aix, contemporary historical evidence does not explicitly confirm these legends, yet the narratives endure, shaping Marseille's identity as a place of arrival, transition, and new beginnings. The spiritual significance of Marseille lies in its symbolic representation of arrival, transition, and new beginnings. But what is it about this port city that resonates so deeply with themes of transformation and renewal? Envision Marseille as a threshold, a place where travelers from across the sea first set foot on European soil, bringing with them new ideas, new cultures, and new possibilities. But is it possible that Mary Magdalene, as portrayed in the legends, embodies this very spirit of transition, guiding seekers towards a new understanding of themselves and the divine? Consider also that Marseille holds an energetic imprint of Mary Magdalene's resilience and adaptability, qualities that allowed her to navigate the challenges of her time and spread her message of love and compassion. But is this city a source of strength and empowerment for those who seek to emulate her example and embark on their own journeys of spiritual transformation? This relates to the broader theme of the journey, both physical and spiritual, in reference to her traveling to spread the word. But does this traveling represent more than the spreading of the word? Does it represent how we should live our lives? Let's now consider Ephesus, in modern-day Turkey, as an alternative location for Mary Magdalene's final years. But could this lesser-known narrative hold a key to understanding the complexities and contradictions surrounding her life and legacy? Ephesus, an ancient city steeped in history and religious significance, boasts the Temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and later became a prominent Christian center. But how does this location, far removed from the shores of southern France, factor into the story of Mary Magdalene? Unlike the French legends, some traditions suggest that Mary Magdalene accompanied John the Apostle to Ephesus, where she spent her final years. But could this be a deliberate counter-narrative, a way to diminish her role in the Western Christian tradition and relegate her to the periphery of the faith? This narrative also claims that she died and was buried in Ephesus, directly contradicting the French accounts. But might the truth lie somewhere in the intersection of these differing accounts, revealing a more nuanced and multifaceted picture of her life and travels? Moreover, Ephesus has long been associated with the cult of Artemis, a powerful goddess figure. But could this have influenced the veneration of Mary Magdalene in the region, intertwining pagan and Christian traditions in subtle and profound ways? The spiritual significance of Ephesus is amplified by its history as a melting pot of diverse religious and cultural influences. But might this very syncretism offer a deeper understanding of Mary Magdalene's message and its adaptability across different contexts? Consider the city's history as a crossroads of civilizations, where Greek philosophy, Roman governance, and Eastern mysticism converged, creating a fertile ground for new spiritual expressions. But is it possible that Mary Magdalene's teachings, like the city itself, were shaped by this confluence of influences, evolving and adapting to resonate with diverse audiences? Of particular note is the prominence of the Virgin Mary in Ephesus, a figure deeply revered in both Catholic and Orthodox traditions. But could the veneration of Mary Magdalene have been intertwined with that of the Virgin Mary, blurring the lines between these two iconic female figures? This connection to the Virgin Mary underscores the importance of female figures in the region's spiritual landscape, creating an interesting dynamic and comparison for Mary Magdalene. But might the contrasting narratives surrounding Mary Magdalene and Ephesus challenge the dominant historical accounts, revealing how locations can hold multiple layers of truth and interpretation? These locations, Aix-en-Provence, Marseille, and Ephesus, represent not just verifiable history, but also constructed legend, each city offering a unique perspective on the life and legacy of Mary Magdalene. But how do we reconcile these differing accounts and find meaning in their contradictions? Whether rooted in historical fact, embellished by folklore, or born from spiritual longing, the spiritual imprint of Mary Magdalene has undeniably touched these locations, transforming them into destinations for pilgrims seeking connection, contemplation, and introspection. But isn't this a testament to the enduring power of her story and its ability to inspire across cultures and centuries? But what truths do these locations tell us that are simply ignored by the Church? Having explored multiple locations tied to the life of Mary Magdalene, we now turn to symbols and their connections to the divine feminine. But could these symbols offer a deeper understanding of her teachings and their relevance to contemporary spirituality? XXI. The Black Madonna connection, unveiling the hidden face of the divine feminine. In the complex symbolism of the Black Madonna, we encounter a mysterious and often overlooked figure within Christianity. But is she merely an anomaly, or does she represent something far more profound, a suppressed aspect of the divine feminine, perhaps even a hidden connection to Mary Magdalene herself? Is there a relationship between the Black Madonna and Mary Magdalene? What do their images and shared locations reveal about the suppressed aspects of the divine feminine, those aspects that challenge the patriarchal structures that have long dominated religious institutions? The visual contrast between the fair-skinned Mary of traditional art and the dark-skinned Black Madonna immediately sparks curiosity, begging the question, what does this stark difference in representation signify? The Black Madonnas, found across Europe and beyond, share several visual characteristics that set them apart. But what is the meaning behind these consistent features, and why do they appear so frequently in specific types of locations? Typically, these figures possess a dark skin tone, ranging from dark brown to black, a feature that immediately distinguishes them from the more common depictions of the Virgin Mary. But is this darkness merely a matter of artistic interpretation, or does it hold a deeper symbolic significance, perhaps pointing to a connection with pre-Christian earth goddesses? Furthermore, Black Madonnas are often found in remote or historically marginalized locations, such as secluded mountain chapels or ancient pilgrimage sites, But might this isolation be indicative of a deliberate attempt to conceal or downplay their importance within the broader Christian narrative? Finally, they are frequently associated with miraculous healings and other extraordinary events, attracting pilgrims seeking solace, guidance, and divine intervention. But is this merely a reflection of popular piety, or does it suggest that these sites hold a unique energetic power, a tangible connection to the miraculous, reminiscent of Mary Magdalene's presence at the tomb of Jesus? From a historical perspective, the origins and interpretations of Black Madonnas are shrouded in mystery and speculation. But might this very ambiguity be a key to understanding their enduring appeal and their potential connection to suppressed spiritual traditions? One prominent theory suggests syncretism with pre-Christian goddesses. But is this simply a case of religious appropriation, or does it represent a deeper continuity of feminine spiritual archetypes? This theory posits that Black Madonnas are a continuation of ancient goddess figures, such as Isis, Cybele, or Diana, whose worship predates Christianity in many of the regions where these images are found. But could the Black Madonna represent a deliberate attempt to integrate these powerful pagan figures into the Christian faith, subtly preserving their influence while ostensibly replacing them? For instance, many Black Madonna sites were previously pagan temples or sacred groves, sacred spaces dedicated to the worship of female deities. But could the Christian Church have strategically repurposed these locations, building churches and placing Black Madonnas on sites already imbued with feminine spiritual energy, effectively co-opting and transforming pagan traditions? This relates to the broader theme of religious syncretism, the blending of different religious traditions, and the adaptation of pagan beliefs into Christianity. But does this adaptation represent a genuine integration of spiritual insights, or simply a superficial overlay designed to convert and control the local population? Another interpretation suggests that Black Madonnas represent the dark side of the divine feminine. But what does this darkness truly signify, and why might it have been deliberately suppressed within mainstream religious narratives? This perspective suggests that they embody the hidden, mysterious, and untamed aspects of the feminine, those aspects that are often associated with intuition, passion, and the cyclical rhythms of nature. But might these very qualities have been deemed threatening by patriarchal religious institutions, leading to their suppression and marginalization? This connects to Jungian psychology and the concept of the shadow self, the unconscious aspects of the personality that contain both negative and positive qualities. But might the Black Madonna represent a conscious attempt to integrate these shadow aspects of the divine feminine, reclaiming the full spectrum of feminine power and wisdom? Still, other theorists argue that Black Madonnas are a symbol of solidarity with the oppressed and marginalized. But could this interpretation offer a powerful challenge to the dominant power structures within both the church and broader society? Let's analyze specific examples of Black Madonna sites and their connections to Mary Magdalene, or perhaps more accurately, the conspicuous lack thereof. But might this absence be precisely what makes their potential connection so intriguing? Consider Notre Dame du Pays en Velay, France, a famous Black Madonna site associated with miraculous healings and steeped in ancient legends. But how does this location, seemingly so distant from the traditional narrative of Mary Magdalene, offer a potential glimpse into a hidden connection? The legend holds that the site was visited by the Virgin Mary herself, who consecrated a stone altar that predates even the construction of the cathedral. But might this be a symbolic representation of an even older pre-Christian sacred site, one that was later associated with both the Virgin Mary and, perhaps more subtly, with Mary Magdalene? Given its location in southern France, a region strongly associated with the cult of Mary Magdalene, we must ask, could there be a hidden connection between these two figures, a shared lineage of feminine spiritual power that has been deliberately obscured? Another example is Einsiedeln, Switzerland, an important Black Madonna site with a rich history as a place of pilgrimage. But can we discern any echoes of Mary Magdalene in this remote and seemingly unrelated location? The legend tells of the hermit Saint Meinrad, who founded the abbey and was guided by divine visions, but might this story conceal a deeper connection to the feminine divine, a connection that was later channeled through the image of the Black Madonna? The symbolic significance of the Black Madonna at Einsiedeln, often associated with protection and guidance, might also point to a broader theme of feminine spiritual leadership. But is this a reflection of the Virgin Mary's maternal role, or does it hint at a more subversive form of feminine power, one that challenges traditional patriarchal structures? In synthesizing these key points, we find that the Black Madonna is a complex and multifaceted symbol. But can we truly unravel the threads of history, legend, and symbolism to uncover her true meaning? Representing a range of values and beliefs, including the divine feminine, hidden knowledge, and solidarity with the oppressed, the Black Madonna stands as a powerful icon. But what does her enduring appeal tell us about our own spiritual longings and our desire to connect with the sacred feminine? Her connections to Mary Magdalene, though speculative and often indirect, add another layer of meaning to her story, inviting us to reconsider the role of women in religious history and to challenge the dominant narratives that have shaped our understanding of the divine. Having looked at the Black Madonna, let's now turn our attention to the symbol of Sophia and her connection to Mary Magdalene. But can this ancient concept of divine wisdom illuminate the mysteries surrounding Mary Magdalene's true role and significance? XXII. Sophia. Is Mary Magdalene an embodiment of divine wisdom? In Gnostic and esoteric traditions, the concept of Sophia, wisdom, emerges as a powerful and enigmatic figure. But could Mary Magdalene be considered an embodiment of this divine wisdom, representing a path to spiritual insight that has been deliberately suppressed? How does the concept of Sophia relate to Mary Magdalene's role and teachings, and what does it tell us about the divine feminine, its power, and its place within the broader spiritual landscape? Presenting Sophia as a bridge between Gnostic thought and more mainstream spiritual concepts, can we reconcile these seemingly disparate traditions and uncover a deeper understanding of the sacred feminine? To define Sophia in Gnostic and esoteric contexts, we must delve into the complex cosmology and symbolism that characterize these traditions. But what exactly is Sophia, and why is she so central to Gnostic thought? Sophia is often described as the divine feminine aspect of God, the mother or sister of Christ, embodying wisdom, creativity, and spiritual insight. But is this simply a metaphorical representation, or does it point to a deeper understanding of the divine as both masculine and feminine? In Gnostic myths, Sophia plays a crucial role in the creation of the universe, but her actions also lead to a fall from grace, a separation from the divine source. But might this fall be interpreted not as a sin, but as a necessary step in the process of creation, a descent into the material world that allows for the emergence of consciousness and the possibility of redemption? As such, the concept of Sophia's redemption becomes central to Gnostic thought, representing her journey back to the divine and her role in guiding humanity towards spiritual enlightenment. But what does this redemption entail, and how does it relate to our own individual journeys of transformation and self-discovery? Exploring the connections between Sophia and Mary Magdalene, we find intriguing parallels that invite us to reconsider her role and significance. But can we truly claim that Mary Magdalene is an embodiment of Sophia, or is this merely a symbolic association, a way of reclaiming the feminine within a patriarchal religious framework? Gnostic texts portray Mary Magdalene as having a deeper understanding of Jesus's teachings than the other disciples, often depicted as his confidant and closest spiritual companion. But could this be interpreted as a reflection of Sophia's wisdom, her ability to perceive the divine truths that remain hidden from ordinary perception. This connects directly to the concept of Sophia as the source of divine wisdom, suggesting that Mary Magdalene possessed a unique capacity for spiritual insight, a direct connection to the divine that allowed her to grasp the deeper meaning of Jesus' message. But is this merely a Gnostic interpretation, or does it hint at a hidden truth that has been suppressed by mainstream Christian tradition? Furthermore, Mary Magdalene's journey of transformation from sinner to spiritual leader mirrors Sophia's journey of fall and redemption, offering a compelling parallel between these two figures. But might this be a deliberate attempt to reclaim the feminine narrative within Christianity, challenging the patriarchal structures that have long defined the Church's teachings? As a representative of Sophia's redemptive power, Mary Magdalene embodies the possibility of personal transformation and spiritual enlightenment, demonstrating that even those who have been marginalized or ostracized can find their way back to the divine. But does this offer a message of hope and empowerment for all those who seek to challenge oppressive structures and reclaim their spiritual authority? Finally, Mary Magdalene serves as a bridge between the human and the divine, reflecting Sophia's role as a mediator between God and creation. But is this a conscious representation of the feminine principle, a recognition of the vital role that women play in connecting humanity with the sacred? Analyzing the implications of connecting Mary Magdalene to Sophia, we find a powerful challenge to traditional Christian beliefs and a reclaiming of the divine feminine. But what are the broader implications of this connection, and how does it affect our understanding of spirituality, gender, and power? By connecting Mary Magdalene to Sophia, we can begin to reclaim the feminine aspect of God, challenging patriarchal structures within the Church and promoting a more balanced and inclusive view of the divine. But might this also require us to reconsider our own personal beliefs about gender and spirituality, challenging the ingrained biases that have shaped our understanding of the world? The emphasis on inner gnosis, a direct and personal experience of the divine, challenges the reliance on external authority, empowering individuals to seek their own spiritual truth. But does this also require us to take responsibility for our own spiritual journeys, questioning the dogma and traditions that have been imposed upon us by institutions and societal norms? And by promoting spiritual transformation, we highlight the possibility of personal enlightenment, demonstrating that each individual has the potential to connect with the divine and achieve a higher state of consciousness. But does this also necessitate a commitment to self-reflection, ethical action, and a willingness to challenge the status quo? Presenting counterarguments and alternative interpretations, it's important to acknowledge that the connection between Mary Magdalene and Sophia is speculative. But does this make it any less meaningful or relevant to contemporary spiritual seekers? While not universally accepted, this connection challenges traditional interpretations and offers new avenues for understanding the divine feminine and its role in our lives. But must we be open to challenging established religious beliefs in order to fully embrace this alternative perspective? While some scholars believe the two figures are distinct, others see overlapping symbolism and thematic resonance, suggesting a more nuanced relationship between these two iconic figures. But what does this mean for our own spiritual journeys, and how do we reconcile these different interpretations in our own search for truth? Synthesizing these key points, we find that the connection between Mary Magdalene and Sophia offers new insights into the divine feminine, inner gnosis, and spiritual transformation. But might it also offer a path to personal empowerment and social change? While not universally accepted, this connection provides a powerful framework for understanding Mary Magdalene's enduring appeal, inviting us to explore the depths of our own spiritual potential. But what are the next steps in this exploration, and how can we integrate these insights into our daily lives? Now that we have examined Mary Magdalene through the lens of Sophia, let's delve into how the sacred marriage concept colors interpretations of her life. But can this ancient tradition offer a new perspective on the relationship between Mary Magdalene and Jesus, challenging traditional views of sexuality and spirituality? XXIII. The sacred marriage, Mary Magdalene and the Hieros Gamos. In exploring the concept of the sacred marriage, Hieros Gamos, we encounter an ancient ritual and symbolic union between male and female deities or human representatives. But how does this theme illuminate the relationship between Mary Magdalene and Jesus? And what does it reveal about the suppressed aspects of human sexuality and spirituality? What are the implications of interpreting their relationship through the lens of the Hieros Gamos, and how does it challenge the dominant narratives that have shaped our understanding of their bond? Consider the ancient mystery schools and the symbolism of union. Might they hold the key to unlocking a deeper understanding of this sacred connection? To define the Hieros Gamos concept, we must delve into its origins in ancient Near Eastern and Mediterranean religions. But what exactly does this concept represent, and why has it been so central to various spiritual traditions throughout history? The Hieros Gamos represents a ritual or symbolic union between a male and a female deity or human representative, embodying cosmic harmony, fertility, and spiritual wholeness. But is this merely a symbolic representation, or does it point to a deeper truth about the interconnectedness of all things? Its origins can be traced back to ancient Near Eastern and Mediterranean religions, where it was often performed as a fertility rite to ensure the abundance of crops and the continuation of life. But might this ritual also have served as a way to honor the sacred feminine, recognizing the vital role that women play in the creation and sustenance of life? The symbolic significance of the Hieros Gamos lies in its representation of cosmic harmony, fertility, and spiritual wholeness, reflecting the union of opposites and the integration of all aspects of the self. But does this offer a path to personal and spiritual enlightenment, challenging the dualistic thinking that has long dominated Western thought? Exploring the potential connections between Mary Magdalene and Jesus and the Hieros Gamos, we find intriguing clues in the Gnostic Gospels and other esoteric traditions. But can we truly claim that their relationship embodies this sacred union? Or is this merely a romanticized interpretation, a projection of our own desires and fantasies? The kiss passage in the Gospel of Philip has been interpreted by some as a potential symbol of spiritual union, representing a deep connection between Mary Magdalene and Jesus that transcends the physical realm. But might this kiss also be a metaphor for the transmission of spiritual knowledge, a sharing of divine wisdom that unites them on a higher level? The wedding at Cana, where Jesus performed his first miracle by turning water into wine, has also been seen as a possible allegory for the sacred marriage, suggesting that Mary Magdalene or another female disciple might have been the bride. But what if this wedding represents not just a physical union, but also a symbolic merging of masculine and feminine energies? A celebration of the divine within each individual. Furthermore, the idea of Mary Magdalene and Jesus as representing the union of masculine and feminine principles within the divine offers a powerful challenge to traditional patriarchal views of God. But does this suggest that the divine is not a singular entity, but rather a balanced and harmonious partnership, encompassing both masculine and feminine aspects? Analyzing the implications of interpreting the relationship between Mary Magdalene and Jesus through the lens of the Hieros Gamos, we encounter a challenge to traditional views of sexuality, a reclaiming of the feminine principle, and a promotion of wholeness and integration. But what are the potential consequences of embracing this alternative interpretation? The Hieros Gamos challenges the traditional Christian view of sexuality as inherently sinful or dangerous, offering a more positive and integrated view of human sexuality as a pathway to spiritual connection. But does this require us to reconsider our own beliefs about sex, pleasure, and the body? challenging the ingrained shame and guilt that have been imposed upon us by religious institutions. By reclaiming the feminine principle in spirituality, the Hieros Gamos promotes a more balanced and harmonious view of the divine, recognizing the equal importance of both masculine and feminine energies. But does this also necessitate a re-evaluation of our own gender roles and expectations, challenging the patriarchal structures that have long dominated our society? Furthermore, the Hieros Gamos represents the union of opposites and the integration of all aspects of the self, offering a path to personal and spiritual wholeness. But does this require us to confront our own inner demons, to embrace our shadow selves, and to integrate the seemingly contradictory aspects of our personalities? Presenting counterarguments and alternative interpretations, it's important to acknowledge that the Hieros Gamos is a controversial concept within Christianity, challenging deeply held beliefs about sexuality, spirituality, and the nature of the divine. But does this mean that it should be dismissed out of hand? Or does it offer a valuable opportunity to challenge our assumptions and expand our understanding? While some see it as pagan or heretical, others view it as a legitimate expression of spiritual longing and a path to greater wholeness. But how do we reconcile these conflicting viewpoints, and how do we determine the truth for ourselves? Acknowledging historical evidence is important, but in the absence of definitive proof, we are left to interpret the symbolism and the legends. But might this very ambiguity be a source of creative inspiration, inviting us to explore the depths of our own imaginations and to connect with the divine in our own unique ways? Synthesizing the key points, we find that the Hieros Gamos offers a compelling framework for understanding the relationship between Mary Magdalene and Jesus, but might it also offer a path to personal and societal transformation? Promoting a more integrated view of sexuality and spirituality, emphasizing the importance of both masculine and feminine energies in achieving wholeness, the Hieros Gamos challenges us to reconsider our beliefs about God, gender, and the nature of reality. But we're just scratching the surface. Having examined the Hieros Gamos, we prepare to transition to the video's conclusion and summary. But before we do, what other hidden meanings and interpretations might still lie undiscovered within the story of Mary Magdalene? XXII. Sacred geometry, unveiling the hidden code in Magdalene's image in the realm of symbolic forms and proportions, we encounter sacred geometry, a system found not only in nature, but also intentionally encoded in art. But could it be that these geometric principles are also subtly woven into the images and symbols associated with Mary Magdalene, revealing a hidden layer of meaning? Can sacred geometry provide a new perspective on Mary Magdalene, one that unveils a deeper understanding of her role and significance? Perhaps the images of the Magdalene have been intentionally encoded, just as sacred geometry has been employed for millennia to encode profound ideas, thereby preserving her true essence through a visual language accessible only to those who know how to see. To define sacred geometry, we must recognize it as more than mere shapes. It is the blueprint of creation, a symbolic language that reveals the underlying order and harmony of the universe. But what are its key principles, and how do they relate to the images and symbols associated with Mary Magdalene? At its heart lies the golden ratio, phi, approximately 1/618, an irrational number that manifests in the spiral patterns of shells, the branching of trees, and even the grand structure of galaxies. But might this ratio also be found in the proportions of Mary Magdalene's face as rendered by Renaissance artists, subtly imbuing her image with a sense of divine beauty and perfection? Then there are the Platonic solids tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, icosahedron, and dodecahedron, each associated with the elements of earth, air, fire, water, and ether respectively. But could these solids be hidden within the geometric patterns found in the backgrounds of paintings depicting Mary Magdalene, subtly connecting her to the elemental forces that shape our world? The vesica piscis, formed by the intersection of two equal circles, symbolizes the union of opposites and the creation of new life. But might this shape be subtly incorporated into the composition of artworks featuring Mary Magdalene, hinting at her role as a bridge between the human and the divine, a mediator between the seen and the unseen? Finally, the flower of life, a complex geometric pattern composed of overlapping circles, represents interconnectedness and the unfolding of creation. But might this pattern be subtly woven into the folds of her clothing or the architectural details of the setting, emphasizing her connection to the web of life and the divine source from which all things arise? Analyzing how sacred geometry might be found in artistic depictions of Mary Magdalene, we must look beyond the surface and seek the hidden harmonies that lie beneath. But what specific examples can we find, and how do these geometric relationships enhance our understanding of her? Consider Leonardo da Vinci's depictions of female figures. Could the proportions of Mary Magdalene's face and body, as he or other Renaissance artists rendered them, adhere to the golden ratio, imbuing her image with an inherent sense of beauty and divine proportion? If we were to overlay diagrams illustrating phi ratios onto specific paintings and sculptures, would we find that key measurements, the distance between her eyes, the curve of her lips, the length of her fingers, align with this sacred ratio, suggesting a conscious attempt to encode her image with a sense of divine harmony? Furthermore, could we look to the backgrounds of paintings or the folds of her clothing to identify geometric shapes and patterns that may have symbolic significance? And how would these patterns connect to specific geometric principles? Perhaps the deliberate placement of a pentagon or hexagon within the composition is no accident, subtly referencing the Platonic solids and their elemental associations. But might the presence of these geometric forms elevate Mary Magdalene from a mere historical figure to a symbolic representation of cosmic order and balance? The overall composition of the artwork and its relationship to geometric principles of balance and harmony might also be telling. But how does the arrangement of figures and objects within the artwork create a sense of visual equilibrium? And how does this relate to the broader theme of Mary Magdalene as a symbol of balance and harmony? If the artist deliberately arranged the figures in a way that creates a sense of perfect balance, could this be a subtle way of communicating her role as a mediator, a figure who embodies both the human and the divine, the masculine and the feminine, the earthly and the spiritual? But let's consider the possibility of intentionality. Did the artists deliberately incorporate sacred geometry into their depictions of Mary Magdalene to convey specific spiritual meanings? Or is this merely a case of finding patterns where none exist? Given that many Renaissance artists were deeply familiar with sacred geometry and its symbolic associations, citing historical examples of artists who were known to be familiar with sacred geometry and its symbolic associations, is it unreasonable to suggest that they consciously employed these principles in their artworks? But could these artists have been initiated into secret societies or esoteric traditions that held a deeper understanding of Mary Magdalene's true role and significance? Perhaps they sought to encode her image with a hidden message, one that would only be revealed to those who knew how to decipher the geometric code. But we must also acknowledge the possibility that the presence of sacred geometry is coincidental or unintentional, that the artists were simply following aesthetic principles that happen to align with these geometric forms, and that we are, in effect, reading too much into their work. Even so, emphasizing the importance of avoiding overinterpretation and maintaining a critical perspective, can we truly dismiss the possibility that sacred geometry might offer a valuable lens through which to view Mary Magdalene's enduring appeal and her role as a symbol of spiritual transformation? Discussing the symbolic significance of sacred geometry in relation to Mary Magdalene, we might find ourselves uncovering hidden connections to her story. But how does it act as a reflection of the divine order and harmony that underlies all of creation, and how might this relate to Mary Magdalene? Sacred geometry, in its essence, is a way to encode hidden knowledge and spiritual truths. But is it possible that the deliberate obscurity of Mary Magdalene's true role, as presented in the Gnostic Gospels and other suppressed texts, is paralleled by the encoding of her image within sacred geometric forms, so only those with the eyes to see can recognize her true nature? If this is the case, might sacred geometry serve as a key to unlocking the hidden knowledge surrounding Mary Magdalene, revealing the suppressed teachings and the alternative spiritual paths that she represents? Then, if sacred geometry truly reflects the divine order and harmony, could it be argued that Mary Magdalene, through her connection to Jesus and her role as a spiritual leader, embodies this divine order, serving as a symbol of the divine feminine and a representative of God's love and compassion, and a reminder that the divine resides within each of us, waiting to be awakened? Finally, could it be said that because sacred geometry is a tool for personal transformation and spiritual awakening, understanding its principles can help us connect with our own inner wisdom and spiritual potential, guiding us on our journey towards self-discovery and enlightenment? Synthesizing these key points, we can see that the presence of sacred geometry in images associated with Mary Magdalene, whether intentional or not, adds another layer of meaning to her story, suggesting that she may be a symbol of hidden knowledge, divine order, and personal transformation. But what does this mean for our own understanding of Mary Magdalene? And how does it affect our perception of the divine feminine within Christianity? Is it possible that sacred geometry offers a key to unlocking the suppressed teachings of Mary Magdalene, inviting us to reconsider her role and significance within the Christian narrative? Having explored sacred geometry, let us now delve into numerology and the recurring numbers linked to Mary Magdalene. But can these numbers reveal hidden patterns and meanings that shed light on her true nature? XXIII. Numerological signatures. Decoding the Magdalene numbers in the realm of symbolic association, we encounter numerology, a system of assigning symbolic meanings to numbers. But could it be that the numbers related to Mary Magdalene birth dates, biblical references, historical events offer a unique insight into her hidden nature? Are there recurring numbers associated with Mary Magdalene, and what might they signify, potentially unlocking secrets about her life, her teachings, and her spiritual significance? Just as numerology has been used in various esoteric traditions to decode the hidden meanings of names, dates, and events, might it hold the key to understanding Mary Magdalene's true essence and her place within the broader spiritual landscape? To define numerology, we must see it as more than just the study of numbers. It is a symbolic language that reveals the hidden vibrations and energies that underlie all of creation. But what are its key principles, and how can we apply them to the study of Mary Magdalene? At its core, numerology involves assigning numerical values to letters of the alphabet, using systems like Pythagorean or Chaldean numerology to translate names and words into numbers. But might the numerological value of Mary Magdalene's name reveal hidden aspects of her personality, her destiny, or her spiritual significance? Then there is the process of reducing multi-digit numbers to single digits, 1-9, through addition, a technique known as digital reduction. But how could we apply this technique to dates and events associated with Mary Magdalene, such as her feast day or the discovery of her relics, to uncover deeper meanings and connections? Finally, there are the master numbers 11, 22, and 33, considered to be intensified versions of their single-digit counterparts. But might these numbers appear in significant dates or passages related to Mary Magdalene, suggesting that she embodies a particularly powerful or transformative energy? Exploring the numerological significance of Mary Magdalene's name, we can begin by calculating its numerological value in Hebrew, Greek, and English. and then analyze the symbolic meanings of the resulting numbers. But what specific qualities and characteristics might these numbers reveal? If we were to translate Mary Magdalene's name into Hebrew, using the gematria system, what numerical value would we arrive at? And how would this number connect to her role as a spiritual leader, a teacher, or a companion of Jesus? Then what happens when we repeat this process in Greek and English, using different numerological systems, and how do these different numerical values offer complementary or contrasting perspectives on her personality and her destiny? By drawing on traditional numerological interpretations, can we then connect these meanings to Mary Magdalene's known characteristics and roles, identifying patterns and themes that resonate with her story? Analyzing the numerological significance of key dates and events in Mary Magdalene's life, we might consider her traditional feast day, July 22nd, and its numerological value. But what message might this date hold, and how does it resonate with the Magdalene's key characteristics? If we reduce July 22nd to a single digit, 72,211, 112, we arrive at the number 2, which is symbolic of duality, balance, and partnership. But could this number reflect Mary Magdalene's role as a bridge between the human and the divine, a mediator between the seen and the unseen? And if we examine the date of the discovery of her relics, December 9th, 1279, and its numerological value, how might this connect to themes of hidden knowledge and rediscovery? By reducing this date to a single digit, 1,291,279, 31,4, we arrive at the number 4, which symbolizes stability, structure, and foundation. But could this number represent the enduring legacy of Mary Magdalene's teachings and the rediscovery of her true significance after centuries of suppression? Other significant dates associated with her life or legend, analyzed for their numerological values, might reveal further connections to relevant themes and symbols. But what happens when we start looking at other key dates and events, identifying patterns and themes that resonate with her story? Examining the numerological significance of key passages in the Gospels that mention Mary Magdalene, we can start with the number of times she is mentioned in the Gospels. But does this number hold any significance? And how does it connect to her overall importance in the Christian narrative? If we count the number of times Mary Magdalene is mentioned by name in the 4 Gospels, what number do we arrive at? And how does this number relate to her prominence in the Christian story, her role as a witness to the resurrection, or her status as a spiritual leader? The chapter and verse numbers of key passages, e.g., John 20, 11, 18, the resurrection account, might be significant, but how do these numbers connect to the themes of resurrection, transformation, and spiritual awakening? Consider the numerological value of John 20, 11, 18. If we add these numbers together, 201,118, 13, 13, 4, we arrive at the number 4, which we've already seen represents stability and structure. But of course, we must acknowledge that numerology is not an exact science, and interpretations can vary depending on the system used, which brings up the limitations of these interpretations. But how can we use numerology as a tool for self-reflection and spiritual insight, rather than as a means of predicting the future or making definitive claims about Mary Magdalene? While some see numerology as a valuable tool for understanding the hidden meanings of numbers, others view it as a pseudoscience with no basis in empirical evidence. So we must approach this topic with a healthy dose of skepticism, reminding ourselves that numerological interpretations are ultimately subjective and open to interpretation. As such, we must emphasize the importance of using numerology as a tool for self-reflection and spiritual insight, rather than as a means of predicting the future or making definitive claims about Mary Magdalene. Synthesizing these key points, recurring numbers associated with Mary Magdalene, whether intentional or not, offer another layer of meaning to her story, suggesting that she may be a symbol of transformation, spiritual leadership, and the divine feminine. But where will this lead us, and what other hidden meanings might we uncover as we continue our exploration? Does numerology offer a key to unlocking the suppressed teachings of Mary Magdalene, inviting us to reconsider her role and significance within the Christian narrative? Having explored sacred geometry and numerology, let us now delve into astrology and its influence on understanding Mary Magdalene. But can the stars reveal the hidden patterns and influences that shaped her life and her spiritual path? XXIV. Astrological alignments. Mapping the Magdalene in the stars in the vast tapestry of the cosmos, we find astrology, a system of relating celestial events to earthly affairs. But could it be that Mary Magdalene's life was influenced by particular astrological alignments that shed light on her personality, her role, and her spiritual significance? What astrological alignments might be associated with Mary Magdalene, and how do these alignments reflect her personality, her role, and her spiritual significance, potentially unlocking secrets about her life and her spiritual path? Just as astrological charts have been cast for centuries to understand the influences shaping the lives of individuals, might an examination of Mary Magdalene's astrological associations offer a new perspective on her true essence and her place within the broader spiritual landscape? To define astrology, we must view it as more than just sun signs in a newspaper, but as a complex system that seeks to understand the relationships between celestial events and human affairs. But what are its key principles, and how can we apply them to the study of Mary Magdalene? At its heart, astrology relies on the zodiac signs and their associated personality traits and characteristics, each sign representing a different archetype or pattern of energy. But which zodiac sign might best represent Mary Magdalene's unique qualities, her compassion, her intensity, or her spiritual devotion? Planets also play a key role in astrology, each representing a different aspect of human experience, such as the sun, identity, the moon, emotions, Venus, love, and Mars, action. But which planets might have been prominent in Mary Magdalene's astrological chart, influencing her life, her relationships, and her spiritual path? Astrological houses, representing different areas of life, offer a framework for understanding how planetary influences manifest in specific aspects of our lives, such as career, relationships, and spirituality. But which houses might have been particularly prominent in Mary Magdalene's chart, revealing her strengths, her challenges, and her overall life purpose? Finally, we have the aspects between planets, angular relationships reflecting harmonious or challenging dynamics. But how might these aspects reveal the underlying tensions and opportunities that shaped Mary Magdalene's life, her relationships, and her spiritual development? Exploring possible astrological associations for Mary Magdalene, we might consider her sun sign, the zodiac sign that best represents her core personality traits and characteristics. But what zodiac sign aligns most closely with her known qualities, and how does this sign illuminate her character? Perhaps Pisces, the sign of compassion, intuition, and spiritual devotion, might be a fitting choice, reflecting her deep empathy for others and her unwavering commitment to Jesus. But what if we examine other possibilities, considering the strengths and weaknesses of each sign in relation to Mary Magdalene's known qualities? Then there's her moon sign, the zodiac sign that best represents her emotional nature and inner world, but which sign aligns most closely with her emotional depth, her passion, and her capacity for love? Perhaps Cancer, the sign of nurturing, sensitivity, and emotional depth, might be a fitting choice, reflecting her capacity for empathy and her deep connection to others. But let us not discount the other options without due consideration, as there may be another more likely candidate. Finally, planetary placements. The positions of the planets in her astrological chart could reveal her unique gifts and talents, but which planets might have been prominent, and how would these placements influence her life and destiny? Analyzing the symbolic significance of these astrological associations, we must recognize that astrology offers a way to understand Mary Magdalene's unique gifts and talents, her connection to the divine, and her potential for personal transformation and spiritual awakening. But how do we reconcile these astrological interpretations with our existing knowledge of Mary Magdalene's life and teachings? If her astrological chart reveals a strong emphasis on Pisces and Neptune, the planets of compassion, intuition, and spirituality, does this support the image of her as a deeply empathetic and spiritually attuned individual? Then, if her chart shows a prominent Venus, the planet of love and beauty, in a harmonious aspect with other planets, does this reflect her capacity for deep and meaningful relationships, her sensual nature, or her appreciation for beauty and art? Understanding her astrological chart might help us connect with our own inner potential and live a more authentic and fulfilling life. But could it also lead us to a deeper understanding of Mary Magdalene's enduring legacy and her message of love, compassion, and spiritual transformation? Presenting counterarguments and alternative interpretations, it's important to acknowledge that there is no definitive astrological chart for Mary Magdalene, as her exact birth date is unknown, and that some view astrology as unscientific or incompatible with Christian beliefs. So how do we address these concerns and maintain a balanced perspective? To begin, emphasizing the potential for misinterpreting astrology as deterministic, rather than as a tool for self-understanding and guidance, might it be more helpful to approach astrology as a symbolic language, a tool for understanding the archetypal energies and patterns that shape our lives, rather than as a fixed and immutable prediction of the future? It's crucial to acknowledge there is no definitive astrological chart for Mary Magdalene, as her exact birth date is unknown. But what other tools can we use to help with our analysis? By approaching astrology with a healthy dose of skepticism and a willingness to consider alternative perspectives, we can use it as a valuable tool for self-reflection and spiritual insight, without falling into the trap of determinism or superstition. Synthesizing these key points, possible astrological alignments associated with Mary Magdalene offer another way to understand her spiritual significance and to connect with her legacy. But where do we go from here, and how can we apply these insights to our own lives? While we may never know her exact astrological chart, the exercise of exploring these possibilities can lead to a deeper appreciation of her unique qualities and her spiritual path, reminding us that we each have the potential to embody these qualities in our own lives. XXV. Modern astrological interpretations of Magdalene, decoding the chart, building on our journey through the symbolic landscapes of sacred geometry and numerology. We now turn our gaze toward the celestial sphere, asking whether the stars themselves might offer insights into the enigma that is Mary Magdalene. But while no definitive birth chart exists for Magdalene, this hasn't stopped modern astrologers from constructing theoretical charts to analyze her potential astrological signatures. So how have modern astrologers used astrological techniques to construct hypothetical birth charts for Mary Magdalene? And what insights do these charts offer, recognizing, of course, the inherent challenge of working with limited historical information and speculative charts? Just as numerology seeks to decode hidden meanings within numbers, might astrology reveal hidden patterns and influences that shaped her life and her spiritual path, even if we are working with hypothetical data? To understand how modern astrologers approach the task of constructing hypothetical charts for Mary Magdalene, we must first understand the methodologies they employ, recognizing that these methods often involve a blend of traditional astrological techniques, numerological analysis, and intuitive insights. But what are the common methodologies used to create hypothetical astrological charts? And how reliable are they in the absence of concrete birth data? Often, astrologers will begin by using traditional astrological techniques to estimate her birth year and possible zodiac signs based on known historical events and biographical details, considering the historical context to narrow down the possibilities for her birth chart, which would involve analyzing the historical timelines, religious, and social contexts of the first century to identify potential astrological influences. But how can astrologers use historical context to narrow down the possibilities for her birth chart, given the limited information available? For example, they might consider the political and religious climate of Judea at the time, the known events in Jesus' life, and the cultural influences that might have shaped Mary Magdalene's early experiences, then analyzing how these factors might correlate with specific astrological placements, looking for patterns and connections that resonate with her known qualities and characteristics. Then there's the approach of analyzing her name numerologically and correlating the results with possible astrological placements, combining numerology and astrology to gain deeper insights into a person's character. But how can numerology and astrology be combined to gain deeper insights into a person's character, given that they are distinct systems of symbolic interpretation? This might involve calculating the numerological value of her name, as we did in the previous section, and then identifying astrological placements that correspond to those numerical values, such as finding connections between a specific numerological value and the qualities associated with a particular zodiac sign or planet. Finally, some astrologers rely on intuition and psychic abilities to receive information about her birth chart from the spiritual realm, a method that certainly acknowledges the subjective nature of this approach. But is there any way to validate such intuition? Of course, this approach is highly subjective and relies on the individual astrologer's personal connection to the spiritual realm, but proponents of this method argue that it can provide valuable insights that are not accessible through traditional astrological techniques. So having explored these methodologies, let's analyze examples of hypothetical astrological charts constructed for Mary Magdalene, highlighting key placements and aspects, always bearing in mind that these are speculative interpretations based on limited information. But what recurring patterns and themes emerge from these hypothetical charts, and what might they tell us about her true nature? One common theory is that Mary Magdalene had a sun in Pisces, emphasizing her compassion, sensitivity, and spiritual nature. But how does this placement align with the traditional portrayal of her as a devoted follower of Jesus, and what other possible interpretations might there be? This placement would suggest a deep connection to the spiritual realm, a capacity for empathy and compassion, and a willingness to sacrifice personal desires for the sake of a higher cause, qualities that are often associated with Mary Magdalene's devotion to Jesus and her role as a witness to his crucifixion and resurrection. Then there's the theory that she had a Cancer moon sign, emphasizing her nurturing qualities, emotional depth, and connection to family and home. But how does this placement align with her role as a comforter and supporter of Jesus and his disciples, and what other interpretations might we consider? This placement would suggest a strong emotional connection to others, a desire to create a safe and nurturing environment, and a capacity for deep empathy, traits that are often associated with Mary Magdalene's role as a comforter and supporter of Jesus and his disciples, offering them emotional support and practical assistance during their ministry. Finally, there's the theory that she had Venus in Taurus, emphasizing her sensuality, love of beauty, and appreciation for the physical world. But how does this placement align with the portrayal of her as a beautiful and desirable woman, and what other interpretations might we consider? This placement would suggest a deep appreciation for beauty, sensuality, and the pleasures of the physical world, as well as a capacity for deep and lasting love, qualities that are often associated with the portrayal of her as a beautiful and desirable woman, a figure who embodies both spiritual devotion and earthly sensuality. Furthermore, some astrologers point to prevalent placements in the 12th house and its connotations of hidden secrets, the subconscious and karma. But how does the combination of 12th house and other mentioned placements emphasize her hidden and perhaps not fully understood story, and what alternative interpretations might exist? Examining the recurring themes and patterns that emerge from these hypothetical charts, we begin to see an emphasis on water signs, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, which suggests a strong emotional and intuitive nature, as well as a deep connection to the spiritual realm. But how do these signs align with the portrayal of her as a compassionate and insightful woman? And what other interpretations might we consider? The emphasis on feminine planets, Venus, Moon, also stands out, suggesting a strong feminine presence and a connection to the divine feminine. But how do these planets align with the broader theme of reclaiming the feminine within Christianity, and what other interpretations might we consider? Finally, many astrologers point to an emphasis on Neptune and Pluto. This suggests great spirituality and deep transformative power. But how do these planets align with the desire for union and oneness, and what other interpretations might we consider? But here is what most people miss, and it is vital to remember. These charts are speculative and based on limited information, and that we should caution against using them to make definitive claims about Mary Magdalene's personality or life. So, in the spirit of intellectual honesty, is it responsible for us to entertain these interpretations? Emphasizing that these charts are speculative and based on limited information, we must caution against using them to make definitive claims about Mary Magdalene's personality or life, recognizing that they are, at best, educated guesses based on limited evidence. But if we acknowledge these limitations, can they still offer valuable insights into her spiritual significance and her enduring appeal? Let us remember that astrology, like any symbolic language, is open to interpretation, and that different astrologers may arrive at different conclusions based on the same data, just as we saw with numerology and sacred geometry. So it is important to approach these interpretations with a critical and discerning eye, recognizing that they are not definitive truths, but rather potential avenues for exploring Mary Magdalene's multifaceted character. In synthesizing these key points, we can see that modern astrological interpretations of Mary Magdalene offer a fascinating glimpse into the ways in which people are seeking to understand her spiritual significance and connect with her legacy, offering symbolic insights into her character and her role within the Christian narrative. But what does this tell us about ourselves? And why are we so driven to find symbolic meaning in her story? By projecting our own hopes, fears, and desires onto her image, do we risk obscuring her true historical identity? Or are we, in fact, uncovering deeper truths about the human condition and the enduring power of myth? Having looked at Mary Magdalene through numerology and astrology, let us move to how her story might reflect our own personal journeys and struggles, and how we can see the Magdalene reflected in ourselves. XXVI. Magdalene within, mirroring her journey in your own life. As we've explored Mary Magdalene through the lenses of numerology and astrology, we might now ask ourselves, how can we move beyond historical and symbolic analysis to truly embody her spirit? And how can we apply the core themes and lessons from her story to our own lives, regardless of our religious background or beliefs? The answer, fellow mystics, lies not in simply studying her life, but in recognizing that her journey, regardless of its historical accuracy, offers a powerful template for personal transformation, spiritual growth, and a deeper understanding of ourselves. So let us frame the ensuing discussion around the universal themes of transformation, forgiveness, and inner wisdom that are present in Magdalene's journey. Consider Mary Magdalene's story as one marked by profound loss and grief, for she experienced the death of Jesus, the persecution of his followers, and the shattering of her own hopes and dreams, mirroring the inevitable hardships that we all face in our lives. But how can Mary Magdalene's ability to overcome these challenges and maintain her faith offer a model for coping with adversity in our own lives? Just as Magdalene remained steadfast in her devotion, so too can we cultivate resilience in the face of loss and grief by practicing self-compassion, acknowledging our pain, and allowing ourselves to grieve without judgment. Seeking social support can also be vital during difficult times, connecting with friends, family, or support groups to share our experiences and receive comfort and guidance. Perhaps most importantly, let us remember to find meaning in suffering by seeking out opportunities for growth and transformation, finding purpose in helping others, and recognizing that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found. Forgiveness, both of ourselves and others, becomes paramount in navigating the aftermath of loss. By releasing the burdens of resentment and anger, we open ourselves to healing and renewal, embracing the transformative power of compassion and understanding. Now let us turn to Magdalene's emphasis on inner gnosis, the direct, personal knowledge of the divine that she championed, as it reflects the importance of self-awareness and intuition in our own lives. But how can we apply this principle to our own lives by cultivating self-awareness, paying attention to our intuition, and trusting our inner guidance? Like Magdalene, we can cultivate self-awareness by practicing mindfulness, paying attention to our thoughts, feelings, and sensations without judgment, allowing ourselves to observe our inner landscape with curiosity and acceptance. Journaling can be a powerful tool for gaining insight into our patterns, beliefs, and motivations, providing a space for honest self-reflection and exploration. Spending time in nature can also help us to connect with our intuition, quieting the mind, opening our senses, and allowing ourselves to receive inspiration and guidance from the natural world. Like Magdalene, who sought wisdom not from external authorities, but from her own inner experience, we too can learn to trust our inner guidance, recognizing that the answers we seek often lie within ourselves, waiting to be discovered. Just as Magdalene challenged the established religious norms of her time, so too can we cultivate the courage to question our own assumptions and beliefs, seeking truth and wisdom wherever it may be found. Consider also Magdalene's challenge to authority, her refusal to blindly accept the doctrines and dogmas of the Church, as it embodies the importance of critical thinking and questioning assumptions in our own lives. But how can we apply this principle to our own lives by cultivating critical thinking skills, questioning assumptions, and resisting manipulation? Cultivating critical thinking skills involves researching different perspectives, evaluating evidence, and identifying logical fallacies, equipping ourselves with the tools to discern truth from falsehood and to resist the influence of propaganda and misinformation. Questioning assumptions requires us to examine our own beliefs and biases, challenging the narratives that we have inherited from our families, cultures, and institutions. Resisting manipulation involves setting boundaries, asserting our needs, and refusing to be swayed by emotional appeals or coercive tactics, empowering ourselves to make our own choices and to live our lives according to our own values. For just as Magdalene stood up to the powerful institutions of her time, so too can we cultivate the courage to speak our truth, to challenge injustice, and to create a more equitable and compassionate world. We should always seek the light, but also question if we are in the light. Moreover, Magdalene's embodiment of the divine feminine, her representation of qualities such as compassion, intuition, creativity, and connection, speaks to the importance of embracing our own feminine qualities, regardless of our gender identity. But how can we apply this principle to our own lives by embracing our own feminine qualities? For those who identify as women, this involves reclaiming our power, celebrating our bodies, and honoring our emotions, while also challenging the patriarchal norms and expectations that seek to silence and oppress us. For those who identify as men, this involves embracing our sensitivity, vulnerability, and capacity for empathy, while also rejecting the toxic masculinity that perpetuates violence, aggression, and emotional repression. Practicing self-care becomes paramount, prioritizing our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being by engaging in activities that nourish our bodies, soothe our minds, and uplift our spirits. Expressing our creativity, whether through art, music, writing, or dance, can help us to connect with our inner selves, to channel our emotions, and to express our unique gifts and talents. Connecting with others in a nurturing way, by offering support, compassion, and understanding, can help us to build strong, meaningful relationships and to create a sense of community and belonging. In synthesizing these key points, we see that Mary Magdalene's life and teachings offer a powerful model for personal transformation and spiritual growth. And by embracing the universal themes of loss, inner gnosis, challenging authority, and the divine feminine, we can connect with her legacy and live more authentic and fulfilling lives. Now, having explored different ways to emulate Mary Magdalene in our own lives, we will turn to tools to help us do just that. XXVII, tools for transformation, journaling, meditation, and contemplative practices. Having seen how we can find ourselves mirrored in Mary Magdalene's life and work, we now turn to more concrete practices. What specific tools and practices can help us connect with Mary Magdalene's teachings and embody her values in our daily lives? These are not meant to be rigid prescriptions, but rather flexible guidelines that can be adapted to individual preferences and needs. So what are the practices which we can draw upon? Consider first the practice of journaling, for it can be a powerful tool for exploring our relationship with Mary Magdalene and her teachings. But what are the different journaling techniques that can be used to explore one's relationship with Mary Magdalene and her teachings? We might begin by exploring our admiration for Magdalene's qualities, reflecting on which aspects of her character resonate most deeply with us and how we can cultivate those qualities in our own lives, asking ourselves, what qualities of Mary Magdalene do I most admire? We can also delve into the practice of inner gnosis, exploring how we can cultivate more direct, personal knowledge of the divine, paying attention to our intuition, and trusting our inner guidance, pondering, how can I cultivate more inner gnosis in my life? Furthermore, it is important to challenge assumptions by questioning the beliefs and biases that we have inherited from our families, cultures, and institutions, freeing ourselves to think critically and independently, and thus we can ask, what assumptions am I questioning today? Finally, we can embrace our feminine qualities by celebrating our bodies, honoring our emotions, and connecting with others in a nurturing way, asking, how can I embrace my feminine qualities? By engaging in these journaling practices, we can gain self-awareness, identify patterns in our lives, and clarify our values, allowing ourselves to grow and evolve in alignment with our highest potential. As we experiment with different journaling styles, let us remember to find what works best for us, whether it be free writing, stream of consciousness, or structured prompts, allowing the process to be organic and authentic. Next, consider the practice of meditation, for it can be a profound way to connect with Mary Magdalene's energy and wisdom. And what are the different meditation techniques that can be used to connect with Mary Magdalene's energy and wisdom? Through guided meditations, we can focus on Mary Magdalene's qualities of compassion, forgiveness, and inner strength, visualizing her as a spiritual guide and asking for her guidance and support, perhaps even envisioning her radiant presence and allowing her love to wash over us. By quieting the mind, connecting with our inner selves, and experiencing a sense of peace and wholeness, we can tap into the transformative power of meditation, accessing a deeper understanding of ourselves and our connection to the divine. As we establish a regular meditation practice, let us be patient with ourselves, recognizing that it takes time and effort to cultivate inner stillness and to develop our meditative skills. Yet beyond this is another practice, that of creative expression and art, and what art pieces can be inspired by Mary Magdalene, and how can these influence the self? By creating art inspired by Magdalene, we allow ourselves to integrate new information from the world. She might appear in abstract forms or guide us in nonsensical dreams to show us what is missing in ourselves. What hidden truth does she seek to impart? Allow your intuition to guide your hand and let new principles flood through you, just as Magdalene let her principles flood through her and to act upon the world around her. Finally, consider the power of contemplative practices, as we can deepen our understanding of ourselves, connect with the divine, and find meaning in our lives. And what are the different contemplative practices that can be used to reflect on Mary Magdalene's life and teachings? Reading and studying Gnostic texts related to Mary Magdalene can provide us with valuable insights into her life, teachings, and spiritual significance, expanding our understanding beyond the traditional narratives presented by the Church, allowing us to engage with her message in a more direct and personal way. Visiting sacred sites associated with Mary Magdalene, whether in France, Israel, or elsewhere, can help us to connect with her energy and presence, feeling her spirit in the land and in the ancient stones, allowing ourselves to be inspired by her devotion and her unwavering commitment to truth. Engaging in creative practices such as painting, writing poetry, or composing music can provide us with powerful ways to express our connection with Mary Magdalene, channeling our emotions, insights, and experiences into artistic forms, allowing our creativity to flow freely and to express the unique beauty of our own souls. In synthesizing these key points, we see that journaling, meditation, contemplative practices, and creative expression are powerful tools that can help us to connect with Mary Magdalene's teachings and embody her values in our daily lives. Now, having explored these tools, let us examine certain practices to reflect her message. XXVII. Practices for embodiment, rituals, devotions, and modern adaptations. Having looked at both mind and spirit, let us now ask, what rituals, devotions, and modern adaptations can we use to embody Mary Magdalene's qualities of compassion, wisdom, and spiritual leadership? Consider that these are adaptive practices, encouraging viewers to personalize them to fit their own beliefs and spiritual paths. Consider first the role of rituals, and what are the traditional rituals associated with Mary Magdalene, and how can they be used to connect with her energy? Lighting candles can serve as a symbolic gesture of reverence and devotion, illuminating our inner space and inviting her presence into our lives. Offering flowers can represent our love, gratitude, and appreciation for her guidance and inspiration, bringing beauty and fragrance into our environment. Reciting prayers can help us to focus our intentions, express our desires, and connect with the divine, allowing ourselves to be guided by her wisdom and compassion. To adapt these rituals to modern contexts, we can create a personal altar dedicated to Mary Magdalene, adorning it with symbols that resonate with her qualities, such as a red egg, an alabaster jar, or images of the sacred feminine. Engaging in nature walks, spending time in places that evoke her spirit, and incorporating natural elements into our rituals can help us to deepen our connection with her and with the earth. Next, consider the role of devotions and what are the traditional devotions to Mary Magdalene, and how can they be used to deepen one's connection with her. Reciting the rosary or novena in her honor can provide a structured and meaningful way to connect with her energy, allowing us to tap into the power of collective prayer and to receive her blessings and guidance. Writing personal prayers or affirmations that focus on Mary Magdalene's qualities can help us to internalize her teachings and to embody her virtues in our own lives, cultivating compassion, forgiveness, and inner strength. Creating a vision board that represents our aspirations, dreams, and goals, inspired by Mary Magdalene's life and teachings, can help us to manifest our desires and to live a life of purpose and fulfillment. By creating personalized devotions that reflect our own beliefs and spiritual path, we can deepen our connection with Mary Magdalene and integrate her teachings into our daily lives. Finally, we must look to the modern adaptations of Mary Magdalene's life, and what modern adaptations of traditional practices incorporate Mary Magdalene's teachings. Creating a Magdalene circle with friends can provide a supportive and empowering space to discuss her life and teachings, to share our own experiences, and to connect with other like-minded souls, fostering a sense of community and belonging. Participating in a red tent gathering can help us to celebrate female empowerment, to connect with the divine feminine, and to honor the sacredness of our bodies, reclaiming our power and embracing our sensuality. Creating new mythologies of Magdalene to promote values in the modern day is an important practice, in that we should not rely on a 2,000-year-old text to tell us what is good or evil. Rituals, devotions, and modern adaptations can help us to embody Mary Magdalene's qualities of compassion, wisdom, and spiritual leadership in our daily lives. And these practices can be adapted to suit individual beliefs and spiritual paths, allowing us to connect with her legacy in a meaningful and personal way. Now that we've explored so many facets of Mary Magdalene, it's time to synthesize everything we've seen and understand her full power and meaning. XXIX. The shadow of the Church, justifying the erasure having illuminated certain practices to reflect Magdalene's message, and before moving into personal transformation, we must address a question of the utmost importance. What justifications did the Catholic Church use to support their negative portrayal of Mary Magdalene, and how can we understand their actions within their historical context? It can be tempting to paint the Church as inherently malicious, but such a simplification obscures the complex motives and theological considerations that shape their actions, and it is critical that we understand these motives if we are to truly understand the long-term effect of the erasure. Consider the early Church's emphasis on celibacy, for it played a significant role in shaping their views on sexuality and the role of women. And how did this emphasis on celibacy influence their portrayal of Mary Magdalene? The early Church Fathers often viewed sexuality as a dangerous and potentially corrupting force, particularly for women, associating it with temptation, sin, and the loss of spiritual purity. Tertullian, for example, warned women about their role in tempting men, and Augustine famously struggled with his own sexual desires, viewing them as a hindrance to his spiritual progress. This emphasis on celibacy and the rejection of female sexuality was not simply a matter of misogyny, but a specific theological worldview that shaped their understanding of human nature, sin, and redemption, and was further exacerbated by broader cultural anxieties about female power and independence in the Roman world, where women were often seen as subordinate to men, lacking the authority and independence to make their own decisions. The Church's emphasis on celibacy and the rejection of female sexuality contributed to the negative portrayal of Mary Magdalene, as she was often depicted as a repentant sinner, a former prostitute who had been redeemed by Jesus, and while this narrative highlighted the transformative power of forgiveness, it also reinforced the idea that female sexuality was inherently sinful and needed to be controlled. And as we have seen, this characterization served to diminish her authority as a spiritual leader and to undermine her claims to have received special teachings from Jesus. Furthermore, we must not discount the Church's need to maintain a clear hierarchy and control over its followers. But how did Mary Magdalene's teachings on inner gnosis and direct access to the divine challenge the Church's authority? The Church saw itself as the sole mediator between God and humanity, and it sought to maintain a clear hierarchy of authority, with the Pope at the top, followed by bishops, priests, and other clergy. This hierarchy was seen as essential for maintaining order, unity, and doctrinal purity within the Church. But the teachings of Mary Magdalene as presented in the Gnostic Gospels, challenged this authority by emphasizing inner gnosis and direct access to the divine, suggesting that individuals could connect with God directly, without the need for intermediaries or external institutions. Such teachings threatened the Church's control over its followers, as they suggested that individuals could interpret Scripture for themselves, make their own spiritual decisions, and even receive direct revelation from God. The Church responded to these challenges by suppressing the Gnostic Gospels, discrediting their authors, and promoting a more hierarchical and centralized model of religious authority. The portrayal of Mary Magdalene as a repentant sinner further reinforced this hierarchy, as it emphasized the need for repentance, confession, and submission to the authority of the Church in order to receive forgiveness and redemption. We must consider that the Church's negative portrayal of Mary Magdalene was also rooted in a sincere belief that it was protecting its flock from heresy and false teachings. And how did the Church Fathers genuinely believe that they were protecting their followers from dangerous and heretical ideas? The Church Fathers genuinely believed that they were protecting their followers from dangerous and heretical ideas, and they saw the Gnostic Gospels as a threat to the true message of Jesus and a distortion of Christian doctrine. They argued that the Gnostic Gospels contained false teachings, promoted immoral behavior, and undermined the authority of the Church. They therefore sought to suppress these texts, discredit their authors, and promote a more orthodox and unified version of Christianity. The sincerity of their convictions cannot be denied, even if we disagree with their methods, and we must recognize that they were operating within a specific historical and cultural context, with its own set of beliefs, values, and assumptions. This understanding does not excuse their actions, but it does help us to appreciate the full complexity of Mary Magdalene's story and the challenges she faced in promoting her teachings. What can be said is that the Church was doing what it thought was right, even if we disagree with its methods. In synthesizing these key points, we see that the Catholic Church's negative portrayal of Mary Magdalene was not simply a matter of malice or misogyny, but a complex response to a variety of factors, including its emphasis on celibacy, its need to maintain control over its followers, and its sincere belief that it was protecting its flock from heresy, and as such. Understanding the Church's perspective helps us to appreciate the full complexity of Mary Magdalene's story and the challenges she faced in promoting her teachings. Having looked at the actions of the Church, it's important to know that Magdalene has appeared during times of transformation and change, and so it is today. XXX. Magdalene through the ages, a recurring figure in revolutionary times. Now that we've examined the Church's perspective, let's shift our focus to a recurring pattern. Has Mary Magdalene's figure been especially prominent during certain periods in history, and if so, what can we learn from these patterns? It appears that Mary Magdalene's figure tends to resurface during periods of significant social and spiritual upheaval, and this reinforces her symbolic power and challenges linear historical narratives. And might we find ourselves in such a time? Consider the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the present day. First, let's examine the Renaissance, that period of renewed interest in classical learning, artistic innovation, and spiritual exploration. But how did this era influence the image of Mary Magdalene? The Renaissance emphasis on humanism and individual expression led to a re-evaluation of traditional religious figures, including Mary Magdalene. Artists, writers, and thinkers began to challenge the Church's negative portrayal of her, depicting her in a more sympathetic and nuanced way. For example, Renaissance artists such as Titian and Veronese painted Mary Magdalene as a beautiful and sensual woman, rather than as a repentant sinner, and this challenged the Church's emphasis on celibacy and the rejection of female sexuality. Writers and thinkers such as Marsilio Ficino and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola explored the Gnostic Gospels and other esoteric traditions, rediscovering Mary Magdalene's teachings on inner gnosis and direct access to the divine. The increased interest in Mary Magdalene during the Renaissance was connected to the rediscovery of Gnostic texts and the questioning of church authority, leading to a re-evaluation of her role and significance in Christian history. This set the stage for even more radical re-evaluations in later periods. Now let's examine the Reformation, the period of religious upheaval and division sparked by Martin Luther's challenge to the Catholic Church. But how did the Reformation challenge the Church's established narrative of Mary Magdalene? The Reformation emphasis on individual interpretation of the Bible led to a re-evaluation of Mary Magdalene's role and significance. Protestant reformers such as Martin Luther and John Calvin challenged the Church's portrayal of her as a repentant sinner, arguing that she was a faithful follower of Jesus and an important witness to his resurrection. Luther, for example, defended Mary Magdalene, arguing that she was a true evangelist who had been chosen by Jesus to spread the good news of his resurrection. The increased interest in Mary Magdalene during the Reformation was connected to the broader theme of challenging religious authority and seeking direct, personal connection with God, and as such, it gave people a model for positive forward momentum. Let us now look to the 20th and 21st centuries, eras of rapid social and technological change, characterized by a questioning of traditional values and a search for new forms of spirituality. But how have these modern movements contributed to a renewed interest in Mary Magdalene? The rise of feminism, the New Age movement, and increased awareness of Gnostic texts have all contributed to a renewed interest in Mary Magdalene. Feminist scholars and activists have reinterpreted her story, promoting her as a symbol of female empowerment and spiritual transformation, and contemporary artists, writers, and spiritual teachers are reinterpreting Mary Magdalene's story, reclaiming the divine feminine, challenging patriarchal structures, and seeking inner gnosis. The Magdalene is more relevant than ever in a world that sees women's body as political, rather than divine. In synthesizing these key points, we see that Mary Magdalene's figure has tended to resurface during periods of significant social and spiritual upheaval, and that this pattern suggests that her story resonates with people who are seeking to challenge established authority, reclaim marginalized voices, and create a more just and equitable world. Understanding what's happened over history, there are steps you can take to make real change in your own life. XXXI. Practical applications, embodying Magdalene's essence in the modern world now. Having explored Magdalene's repeated re-emergence, let's turn our focus to a more personal and immediate question. How can we embody Mary Magdalene's core values of compassion, wisdom, and spiritual leadership in our daily lives? And what specific actions can we take to make a positive impact on the world? Remember, these actions are not meant to be grand gestures, but rather small, consistent choices that reflect our commitment to Mary Magdalene's values. Consider first, cultivating compassion and empathy, for it is at the core of Magdalene's message. But what practices can we incorporate to strengthen our own compassion? We might begin by practicing active listening, making a conscious effort to listen to others with empathy and understanding, without judgment or interruption, giving them space to express themselves fully and to feel heard and validated. We might also engage in acts of kindness, performing small acts of kindness for others, such as offering a helping hand, sending a heartfelt message, or simply smiling at a stranger, spreading warmth and positivity wherever we go. We can also support marginalized communities, donating to organizations that are working to support marginalized communities, or volunteering our time to help those in need, advocating for social justice and equality. The practice of forgiveness is paramount, both of ourselves and others, for past mistakes, releasing anger and resentment and embracing compassion, allowing ourselves to heal and to move forward with grace. Next, consider seeking wisdom and inner gnosis, for the divine resides within us, but how can we best access this inner wellspring of wisdom? Cultivating self-awareness is key, practicing mindfulness, journaling, or other techniques to gain a deeper understanding of our thoughts, feelings, and motivations, allowing us to make more conscious and informed choices. Trusting our intuition, paying attention to our inner guidance, and learning to trust our instincts can lead us down unexpected paths and reveal hidden truths. We must also be prepared to challenge our assumptions, questioning our own beliefs and assumptions, and being open to new perspectives, allowing ourselves to grow and evolve. Continuing to engage in lifelong learning, reading books, attending lectures, and exploring new ideas that expand our knowledge and understanding of the world is a continual embodiment of Magdalene. Let us now consider embracing spiritual leadership, for each of us has the potential to inspire and empower others, but how can we step into this role with authenticity and grace? Speaking our truth, being willing to speak our truth, even when it is difficult or unpopular, challenging injustice and oppression, and advocating for a more just and equitable world. Empowering others, helping others to discover their own strengths and talents, and encouraging them to reach their full potential, lifting them up and supporting them on their journeys. Finally, embodying a role model, living our lives in a way that inspires others to embrace compassion, wisdom, and spiritual leadership, walking our talk and leading by example. In synthesizing these key points, we see that by cultivating compassion, seeking wisdom, and embracing spiritual leadership, we can embody Mary Magdalene's essence in the modern world and make a positive impact on the world. We are but shadows of past, present, and futures, and Magdalene has returned for a reason. XXXII, a Magdalene Renaissance, why now? Having covered various aspects of Magdalene and looked at practical guidance, let us look at the bigger picture. Why is Mary Magdalene's figure so prominent today, and what does this renewed interest tell us about the current state of our world? This is no mere trend, but a response to a deep spiritual and societal need. Consider the breakdown of traditional institutions. For the decline of traditional religious institutions has created a vacuum for new forms of spirituality and personal connection with the divine. But why is this breakdown so important for Magdalene's message? Mary Magdalene's teachings on inner gnosis and direct access to the divine resonate with people who are seeking a more authentic and personal spiritual experience, one that is not mediated by external authorities or institutions. The rise of the internet and social media has further accelerated this trend, as individuals are now able to connect with like-minded souls, share their own experiences, and access a wealth of information and resources that were previously unavailable. Thus, Magdalene offers something unique. Next, consider the rise of the divine feminine. For the feminist movement and the broader cultural shift towards gender equality have contributed to a renewed interest in the divine feminine. And how does Magdalene embody this feminine rise? Mary Magdalene's embodiment of the divine feminine offers a powerful alternative to traditional patriarchal religious models, providing a more balanced and inclusive vision of spirituality. The divine feminine represents qualities such as compassion, intuition, creativity, and connection, all of which have been historically marginalized or suppressed in patriarchal societies. Her existence represents a shift. Moreover, we are living through a search for lost wisdom, and how does Magdalene assist here? The rediscovery of Gnostic texts and other esoteric traditions has fueled a search for lost wisdom and alternative perspectives on spirituality. Mary Magdalene's teachings offer a valuable source of insight for those who are seeking to deepen their understanding of themselves and the world, challenging the dominant narratives and offering a more nuanced and empowering vision of human potential. It can be said that those on the left-hand path are looking to Magdalene to bring balance. In essence, the world is currently experiencing numerous issues, and Magdalene is symbolic for balance and positive momentum. Her return helps create a template and guide for how people can make real change to reclaim our future and to recognize that this era marks a pivot point in human history. In synthesizing these key points, the Magdalene Renaissance is a sign of the times, reflecting a deep-seated desire for personal transformation, social justice, and spiritual connection. Now, let us transition to the video's call to action. Having looked at the actions of the Church and what we can do in our own lives to make real change, let's pivot to the very core of personal change. How can Mary Magdalene serve as a revolutionary role model to the modern individual? And what actions can we take to emulate her spirit of subversion, not in the sense of chaos, but in the sense of overturning the status quo? It is in this that we discover Mary Magdalene's approach becomes a revolutionary blueprint, applicable across time, providing a model for those seeking to challenge oppression, reclaim their inner authority, and live a life aligned with their deepest values. Perhaps the modern activist, questioning the status quo, can draw strength from her example. Consider how Mary Magdalene defied societal norms and expectations placed upon women in her time, both through her associations and her teachings. But how can we apply these lessons today? In her era, women were largely confined to domestic roles, their voices often silenced in religious and public life. Magdalene challenged this by becoming a devoted follower of Jesus, traveling with him, learning from him, and ultimately becoming a key witness to his resurrection. Her actions directly contradicted the prevailing patriarchal norms, establishing her as a woman of independent thought and spiritual authority. In the modern-day setting, challenging these expectations can manifest in various ways. Women can pursue careers in traditionally male-dominated fields. They can embrace lifestyles and relationships that defy societal expectations, and they can actively participate in religious and political discourse, lending their voices and perspectives to shape the world around them. What unspoken rule do you feel pressured to follow, and what would it take to consciously step outside of that comfort zone? Next, consider how Magdalene trusted her inner guidance over the established religious and social norms. But how do we discern our intuition from other inputs? In a society that often prioritizes external validation and conformity, Magdalene trusted her own inner knowing, interpreting Jesus's teachings in a way that resonated with her soul, even when it differed from the interpretations of others. She stands as a testament to the power of individual insight, and is that not the goal of all gnosis? Cultivating our own intuition requires creating space for inner listening. Practices like meditation, journaling, and spending time in nature can help us quiet the noise of the external world and connect with our own inner voice. Meditation allows us to calm the mind and become more attuned to subtle cues. Journaling provides a space to explore our thoughts and feelings, and spending time in nature helps us reconnect with our senses and intuition. Can you recall a time when your intuition guided you correctly, validating its power, and how did that experience shape your understanding of your own inner wisdom? Let's also consider her ministry as inclusive of the poor, sick, and marginalized in society. But how can we embody these qualities in today's world? Magdalene's association with outcasts and social pariahs reflects her deep compassion and commitment to inclusivity. She recognized the inherent dignity and worth of all individuals, regardless of their social status or background, and she extended her love and support to those who were often overlooked or rejected by society. Connecting this to the modern-day importance of empathy and allyship with oppressed groups, we are called to stand in solidarity with those who are marginalized and discriminated against, advocating for their rights and working towards a more just and equitable world. Actions such as volunteering at homeless shelters, advocating for LGBTQ rights, or donating to organizations that support disabled individuals can all contribute to creating a more inclusive and compassionate society. Which marginalized group resonates most deeply with you, and how can you become a more effective ally in their struggle for equality and justice? Moreover, regardless of social pressure and consequences, Magdalene remained committed to living her truth and honoring her spiritual path. But what truly matters to you, even if it isn't popular or easy? In a world that often rewards conformity and punishes dissent, Magdalene's unwavering commitment to her truth serves as an inspiration for us to live authentically and courageously. She refused to compromise her values or betray her spiritual convictions, even when faced with opposition and criticism, and she serves as a beacon of integrity and self-determination. Identifying our core values and making conscious choices aligned with them requires a deep understanding of ourselves and our priorities. Consider what truly matters to you, even if it isn't popular or easy, and then commit to living in accordance with those values, regardless of the consequences. In synthesizing these key points, we can see the multifaceted nature of Mary Magdalene as a revolutionary role model. And from her acts of courage and devotion to her commitment to truth and inclusivity, Magdalene offers a transformative model to the modern individual and is a call to create real change in our present world. She defied societal norms, trusted her inner guidance, embraced the marginalized, and lived authentically. And in each of these areas, she offers us a powerful example of how to live a more meaningful and impactful life. Having looked at the revolutionary aspects of Mary Magdalene, now it's time to bring these themes together for a final conclusion, setting the stage for what her message ultimately means in modern society. Is Mary Magdalene merely a historical figure, or is she something more, a psychopomp guiding us through the darkest realms of the psyche? The descent to the underworld is a recurring motif in mythology and spirituality, but it's often misunderstood. It's not simply about death, but about confronting what is hidden, suppressed, and unknown within ourselves. What if Magdalene, through her own trials and tribulations, offers us a map to navigate these treacherous inner landscapes? The symbolic significance of the descent to the underworld is profound, representing a journey into the unconscious mind. This is where we encounter repressed emotions, hidden fears, and the shadow aspects of the self, those parts of ourselves we often deny or reject. Think of it as a symbolic death of the old self, the ego that clings to outdated beliefs and limiting patterns. Only through this death can we experience a rebirth into a new state of awareness, a more authentic and integrated version of ourselves. This descent is also a quest for hidden knowledge and wisdom, a treasure trove of profound insight and transformative power that is accessible only through confronting our own darkness. Only in the depths can we find true illumination. Consider Mary Magdalene's presence at the crucifixion, a symbolic descent into the very depths of human suffering and despair. She stood witness to unimaginable pain and loss, yet she did not turn away. This act of witnessing can be seen as an embrace of the underworld, a willingness to confront the darkest aspects of human existence. Then consider her encounter with the resurrected Jesus, a symbolic rebirth and ascension to a higher state of consciousness. This encounter represents the triumph of hope over despair, the possibility of transformation even in the face of death. Finally, consider her teachings on inner gnosis, a guide for navigating the complexities of the human psyche and finding inner peace amidst chaos. She encourages us to look within, to trust our own intuition, and to find our own personal connection to the divine, even when the world around us seems to be crumbling. What are the practical implications of viewing Mary Magdalene as a guide to the underworld? By viewing Mary Magdalene as a model, we can find the courage to face our own fears and shadow aspects, embracing our imperfections and integrating them into a more complete sense of self. Think of the shame you've been holding on to. What would it look like to embrace and befriend it? By embracing vulnerability and authenticity, we can express our true selves, connect with others on a deeper level, and cultivate more meaningful relationships. What parts of yourself do you keep hidden, and how might sharing them liberate you? By transforming suffering into wisdom, we can find meaning in our experiences, learn from our challenges, and live more fulfilling lives. What painful experience might be your greatest teacher? In synthesizing these key points, we see that Mary Magdalene's journey powerfully aligns with the symbolic descent to the underworld. This journey transforms her from a passive victim into an active navigator of chaos and the unknown, guiding us through our own internal darkness. Viewing Magdalene through the lens of the underworld can completely change our understanding of her character, her motivations, and her true purpose. Understanding Magdalene as a master of internal darkness, let's explore where and how she challenges masculine-dominated religious views. How does Magdalene's story serve as an active challenge to the traditionally masculine portrayal of religious figures? In many ways, Mary Magdalene directly challenged the established religious order, and her role as a disruptive influence against male-dominated religious structures cannot be overstated. Consider the stark contrast between her association and connection to Jesus and the 12 apostles, with their masculine dominance and hierarchical structure. Was she simply a follower, or did she represent something fundamentally different? One of the most significant ways Mary Magdalene challenges the masculine divine is through her questioning of male authority. Her spiritual authority often surpasses that of the male disciples, particularly in the Gnostic texts, where she demonstrates a deeper understanding of Jesus' teachings than Peter or the other apostles. Peter's skepticism and resentment towards Mary Magdalene highlights the power dynamics at play, revealing a conflict between traditional male leadership and female spiritual insight. Consider passages in the Gospel of Mary where she exhibits greater spiritual understanding than Peter, offering interpretations of Jesus' teachings that he struggles to comprehend. This challenges the notion that spiritual authority is solely the domain of men. The very act of Peter questioning her challenges the patriarchal structure of the time. Moreover, her image and story challenge the traditional roles ascribed to women in religion. In contrast to other female figures who are often portrayed as submissive or secondary, Magdalene is depicted as an active participant in Jesus' ministry, a teacher, and a key witness to his resurrection. This challenges the patriarchal structures that sought to confine women to passive roles, empowering a shift away from blind obedience and towards personal gnosis. Her teachings emphasize the importance of inner knowing and direct experience of the divine, rather than relying solely on external authority. Compare Magdalene's agency with other female figures who are submissive in the traditional view, such as Mary, the mother of Jesus, whose primary role is often defined by her maternal status. In contrast to the traits of the archetypal God figure, Magdalene embodies compassion, forgiveness, and love over power, judgment, and control. This provides a powerful counterpoint to the masculine traits often linked to religious authority, offering an alternative expression of divinity that emphasizes empathy and understanding. Her compassion for the marginalized, her forgiveness of sinners, and her unwavering love for Jesus all stand in stark contrast to the judgment, wrath, and control often associated with the traditional masculine God figure. This shift in emphasis invites us to reconsider our understanding of divinity, recognizing the importance of both masculine and feminine qualities. Can compassion and love truly coexist with judgment and wrath, or is there a more balanced path? Mary's journey is, in essence, a reclamation of female spirituality, giving a voice to the suppressed feminine and calling for recognition of balance for male and female spiritual energies. We can look to the recent re-emergence of female deities in pop culture and how they give power back to female representation. From Wonder Woman to the return of powerful witches, the resurgence of female figures in pop culture is undeniable. What is the significance of this trend, and how might it reflect a deeper shift in our collective consciousness? Is the return of feminine power a sign of healing or a harbinger of conflict? Magdalene's position as an antagonist reshapes tradition, inviting inquiry and disrupting traditional male dominance for balance, and it is through this that we can see Mary's importance. Her challenge helps reshape our perception of divinity. we see she advocates for balance, not simply a toppling. Having understood Magdalene as a symbol of revolution, it is time to analyze Magdalene as a mirror reflecting what we wish to see. If the historical figure of Mary Magdalene is so obscured by time and conflicting accounts, then what accounts for her enduring appeal? Mary Magdalene has transformed into a mirror, and what needs and desires does it reflect? The historical figure becomes secondary to her symbolic value, allowing individuals and groups to project their own desires, fears, and aspirations onto her. Consider how radically different groups, such as feminists, traditional Catholics, and New Agers, all find something meaningful in her story. What is it about her that allows for such diverse interpretations? The Magdalene we want her to be reveals much more about ourselves than it does about her. Her image can shift dramatically depending on our own beliefs and desires. This mirror allows for self-validation as we see reflected back to us the qualities we most admire or fear. Depending on desire or fear, she can be a saint, a sinner, a lover, a teacher, or any other role we choose to project onto her. If we seek a strong, independent woman, we might see her as a leader and teacher. If we seek forgiveness and redemption, we might focus on her past as a sinner. Is it possible that the real Mary Magdalene is unknowable, lost to the mists of time, leaving only a blank canvas for our projections? Archetypes can help the human experience, and Magdalene serves as a key archetype to help understand this experience. By emphasizing this understanding, we can guide humanity through this changing era. She is a key archetype for understanding not just ourselves, but also the broader human experience. She embodies aspects of both the sacred feminine and the outcast, the sinner and the saint, the lover and the disciple. This duality makes her a powerful symbol for navigating the complexities of human existence and the challenges of spiritual growth. By understanding the archetypes she embodies, we can gain insights into our own inner conflicts, desires, and potential for transformation. What aspects of the Magdalene archetype resonate most strongly with you, and what does that tell you about yourself? Mary Magdalene serves as a spiritual canvas, allowing us to paint and explore various desires and anxieties. She allows us to analyze questions about identity, history, and religion, offering a safe space to explore our own beliefs and values. Some see Mary as independent, while others see her as devoted, highlighting how she becomes a tool of projection. This ability to project our own needs and desires onto her makes her a powerful figure for personal reflection and spiritual growth. However, does this constant projection risk losing sight of the historical Mary Magdalene altogether? This mirror offers an avenue for understanding personal and collective truths, and while she may be a projection, she still has the ability to transform humanity. By recognizing the projections we place on her, we can gain valuable insights into our own unconscious desires, fears, and aspirations. This self-awareness can then lead to personal transformation and a more authentic connection with ourselves and the world around us. In the next section, we shall see how this transformation is achieved through various esoteric practices. XXXVI. Synthesizing Magdalene, a guide for a new era as we draw our exploration to a close, and in reflecting on our journey through the multifaceted life, teachings, and symbolism of Mary Magdalene, it becomes strikingly clear that her story is far more than a simple historical account. It is a potent invitation to re-evaluate our understanding of spirituality, challenge established authority, and embrace the transformative power of the divine feminine. We've journeyed through early accounts to modern interpretations, and in all these iterations, we may have simply been viewing a mirror of our own desire. What is it about Mary Magdalene that attracts so many people? Throughout our exploration, several central threads have woven together, creating a rich and complex tapestry. We've uncovered the Church's deliberate misrepresentation of Mary Magdalene, a calculated effort driven by a desire to consolidate power and maintain patriarchal control. We've recognized the vital importance of Gnostic texts in revealing her true teachings, challenging the established narratives that have dominated Western religious thought for centuries. And we have also come to appreciate the profound power of reclaiming the divine feminine as a path to personal and social transformation, fostering a much-needed balance and integration within ourselves and within the world around us. Returning to our initial question about Mary Magdalene's true identity, we can now see that the Church's simplistic portrayal of her as a repentant sinner barely scratches the surface of her true complexity. By reclaiming her suppressed voice and rewriting history, we not only honor her legacy, but also empower ourselves to challenge any oppressive structures that seek to silence dissenting voices and suppress alternative spiritual paths. To understand Magdalene's power, we must see that she is not a two-dimensional person, but a canvas of human hopes and dreams. Understanding Mary Magdalene's story empowers us to challenge oppressive structures, embrace our inner wisdom, connect with our authentic selves, and live more meaningful lives. Her story is particularly relevant in today's world, where we are grappling with issues of gender inequality, the abuse of power, and the urgent need for spiritual balance. By reclaiming the divine feminine, we can begin to heal the wounds of the past and create a future where both masculine and feminine energies are honored and respected. Magdalene is a reminder of the power of individual experience and a counterpoint to patriarchal religious models. Through this journey, we have expanded our understanding of Magdalene, not just as a historical figure, but as a living archetype that continues to resonate with seekers of truth and wisdom. Armed with these insights, you can begin to reshape your own understanding of history, religion, and spirituality. We have seen the importance of reclaiming the marginalized and embracing the importance of the feminine divine. Let us embrace this power to build an era of freedom, balance, and authentic expression, and in doing so, help heal the wounds of the past and create a more just and compassionate world for all. The truth of Mary Magdalene is alive within us all. It is up to us to reveal her light, and it is up to us to honor her journey. Now, fellow mystics, I encourage you to share your own insights and reflections in the comments below. What aspects of Mary Magdalene's story resonate most strongly with you? How might her teachings be applied to the challenges we face today? And if you're eager to continue this journey of discovery and support our mission to unearth and share the hidden truths of history and spirituality, please consider subscribing to the channel and exploring the links in the description below for further resources. In closing, let us reiterate the core findings of our exploration with clarity and confidence. We have seen how the Church deliberately obscured the true nature of Mary Magdalene, how the Gnostic texts offer a radically different perspective, and how reclaiming the divine feminine can empower us to transform our lives and the world around us. We set out to understand the mystery of Mary Magdalene, and through our journey, the path has been illuminated, encouraging us to continue seeking the light wherever it may lead.